Well, I'd like to use my mind. Just great.
Which is, we're here permanently as long as we want to.
Yeah.
I do still, I guess.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
I said to him, can't hire a channel. I said, you can dream it.
Good morning and welcome. Quorum having been established, we'll start with opening remarks. The Security Guard Advisory Council is holding hearings today to determine whether certain security guard training school approvals and security guard instructor certifications should be revoked. I am Jessica Johnson, and as chairperson of the Security Guard Advisory Council, I will be presiding over the hearings. As an overview, we will hear one case at a time. DCJS will first present testimony and evidence as to why they believe such approvals and certifications should be revoked. Then the respondents and/or their attorneys may produce any evidence supporting their position. This type of hearing is not subject to the same rules of evidence that is observed in courts of law. I will rule on any objections. Each party may present witnesses and cross-examine the other party's witnesses. All hearings will be recorded, so please speak clearly. These proceedings are subject to the open meetings law. The council will deliberate in executive session after each hearing and give a recommendation on each case to the commissioner only today. Thereafter, within 90 days, the commissioner, in writing, will give his decision and the reasons for such decision. Title IX of the New York Official Compilation of Codes, Rules, and Regulations give the commissioner the power to revoke the approval granted to a security guard training school and to revoke the certification granted to a security guard instructor. Per section 6028.4, the approval of a security guard training school may be revoked by the commissioner at any time. Reasons for such revocation may include, but may not be limited to, the violation of any applicable rules and regulations or violations of any provisions of Article 7A of the General Business Law. Per section 6029.7, an individual security guard instructor certification may be revoked by the commissioner. Reasons may include, but not limited to, the violation of any provision of Part 6029, the Security Guard Instructor Standards and Qualifications. Are there any questions? None being noted, we will proceed with a revocation hearing for Mr. Joseph Archibald, instructor certification.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name is Colleen Glavin. I am the Deputy Commissioner and Counsel with the Division of Criminal Justice Services, and I will be presenting evidence and testimony to you today. I want to give Mr. Archibald a chance to introduce himself to the council again.
Joseph Archibald, and my license has been revoked since October. Since October, effectively October. So this proceedings is moot, but I'm going to go through with it anyway to have my say of what the truth is.
Okay. That being said, good morning, everyone. We are here today as you are probably aware, as a result of a revocation of the security guard instructor certification for Mr. Joseph Archibald. An investigation by the Division of Criminal Justice Services of the Bushido Training School resulted in this notice of revocation pursuant to NYCRR Section 6029.3, which require that each applicant requesting a security guard instructor certification shall possess standards of good character, integrity, and trustworthiness. And the revocation is pursuant to this Section 6029.7 sub C, and in the discretion of the commissioner, when the conduct bears on the integrity of the division, the commissioner and the council may recommend to the commissioner action. We will present substantial evidence today that Mr. Archibald has acted outside of the standards required for a security guard instructor certification, and that conduct bears negatively on the integrity of the division. We'll hear from Matt Griffin now. Good morning, Mr. Griffin.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the council?
My name is Matt Griffin. I am the Associate Training Technician and Manager of the Security Guard Program Unit.
Okay, and how long have you worked for the Division of Criminal Justice Services?
I've worked for the division since November of 2014.
Okay, and in that, have you always been in your current position?
I was not. I started as a Senior Training Technician with the Security Guard Program Unit, and then was promoted to Associate Training Technician in December of 21, following the retirement of Tom Canning in August of 21.
And can you talk a little bit about your current duties?
Yes, my duties currently are supervising the staff within the Security Guard Program Unit. We do have a Kylie DeCastro, is my assistant. She took my line when I was promoted, and I oversee all aspects of it. So course registration, course approval, school approval, instructor approval. We take care of complaints. And we will also look into complaints by auditing the school, speaking with students, speaking with the complainants, and from there create a summary memo, which we will then forward up to my executive staff, which is the Director of Office of Public Safety, Johanna Sullivan, Mike Bonts, the Deputy Commissioner, and Todd Murray, who's my direct supervisor, to discuss possible courses of action.
And prior to coming to DCJS, were you employed?
I was.
And where were you employed?
I was employed as a police officer in 1992 to 94, 95 with the Warren County Sheriff's Department as a part-time sheriff's deputy. I then worked a couple of years in the private sector as a loss prevention manager and in security. And then was hired in March of 1997 with the New York State University Police, and I was with that agency, being promoted to investigator in 2003, and then I left active law enforcement in 2014 to accept a position with the division.
And did your training as a police officer involve training in conducting investigations?
Yes.
And did it also involve training and experience in judging credibility of those you interacted with?
Yes.
And as part of your current position, are you required to be familiar with the rules and regulations governing security guard instructors?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about your understanding of those rules?
So, law 6028 is the regs that govern the security guard training schools. 6029 are the regulations that govern the security guard instructors. You're going to notice a lot of parallels between those two sections. So, under 6029, instructor needs to show good character, trustworthiness. Just be someone that we can trust, because as we all know, we're not there to watch all the time. They also are equally responsible for the conduct of the class, as much as a co-director or director of a school. They all equally share in that responsibility, and making sure that all rules, regulations, and procedures are followed. They're also expected to conduct themselves in a professional manner and with I guess, lack of a better term, fairness, and just, again, going back to good character is what we expect from their behavior.
Did there come a time when you conducted an audit with respect to the Bushido Security School?
Yes.
And can you talk a little bit about how, what your process was in that audit?
Yes. About April, I believe it was April 14th of 2022, I received a complaint of, a firsthand complaint of Bushido selling certificates of completion. Prior to that, I received secondhand complaints. The narrative of the firsthand complaint was in line with what I had heard the previous months secondhand. So from there, spoke with the complainant who supplied relevant materials, so a certificate of completion. I also had them take a picture of it next to their identification to prove that it was them, I was speaking with.
Do you recall who the individual was that you spoke to?
Yes, Ames Vasquez, or Imes Vasquez, I'm not sure how to pronounce her.
Okay.
So from there, received the relevant documents from her, as well as a statement as to what happened that day in Bushido. And then we wait for a roster to be submitted. Roster was submitted with her name on it, showing an annual completed on the date, the April 14th date. She had talked with me, it was around 11:30 or 12 o'clock on April 14th, sent the image of the certificate of successful completion around 1-ish. And then when we received the roster, we saw that her name was on there as a student for a class that was taking part 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And when you received the roster with her name on it, did you have occasion to speak with other individuals on the roster?
Yes.
And why did you reach out to them?
Well, I reached out to them because you always want something to corroborate what somebody says. Ms. Vasquez went there. She also worked for a security guard training school that was in Manhattan. And so we wanted some independent corroboration. And so I contacted the school director, Mr. Cochran, asked him for the enrollment forms, which he supplied. And I then, from those enrollment forms, was able to get phone numbers for students, and I contacted, basically we just start calling and seeing who's going to pick up.
And did there come a time when you spoke with someone from the roster?
Yes, spoke with 2 people from the roster and asked them some questions about the class.
And can you characterize those conversations for us?
The conversations at first, they were deceptive. Unable to answer simple questions like what did the instructor look like, what was the time of the class. They actually gave me conflicting answers as to the instructor description, and advised them that we knew that there was someone in that class that day that had purchased a certificate. We had been hearing this behavior from this school for secondhand prior to, and I advised them that we do not have regulatory authority over security guards. However, we do work closely with Department of State, and they need to be honest, because if they are caught lying to me, they can be referred to Department of State, and Department of State will take action against their guard card. And I basically told them, don't put yourself in between. You know what this school's up to. We've heard about it. We have someone with firsthand knowledge who went in there that did it. And so, and you can't tell me what the instructor looks like because, it conflicts with what someone else said. And they were basically, at that point, they said, the typical sigh that you get, I'll be straight with you. And they said, similar to what Ms. Vasquez said, they went in, they stood in line, they went in and filled out some paperwork. were given a certificate of completion, and out the door they went. I asked them, how long did it take, and not long. And I think one person said pretty quick or something like that. Words to that effect.
And did you have do you recall when that was, when you spoke to those two individuals?
That would have been, I believe it was, and I can look and get an exact date. End of April, it was April 26th that I spoke with those two.
And did you have occasion to speak with anyone else from the roster?
From that particular roster, it was some time later, a woman had called me asking about it, and I had asked her the same questions, and she was able to answer those questions, each one quick. I mean, right down to the exact number of people that were on the roster, which is rare. Talking to someone that they actually can, usually you get like a ballpark range. This was 14, and the exact description of the instructor and all that. And I then told her the same information I had expressed to the others, that, hey, I don't believe you, because here's what we have. We now have 3 people, which would be one of 3 of those people were in that bigger number that you said, and they said they weren't there. So, and I gave her the same thing was, if you're caught lying to me, you can refer to the Department of State and really don't want to put yourself at risk over a school. And it was a little contentious, and she said that she needed the credit for it. And I said, well, ma'am, I said, because we have these folks that said that they did it, and it's been corroborated by 3 people who don't know each other. The roster's not going through. And then I don't recall the date of that. However, on May 10th, I spoke with 3 more people from an April 13th roster, so the day before. So we're talking May 10th, we're talking almost a month from the date of their class. And from my experience, I've conducted, I couldn't tell you, countless interviews like this in my time here at DCJS. I expect someone to have to think about an answer. I expect them to take a moment to reflect and put themselves back there. And I do expect a little variation, and that's fine. So I asked these 3 gentlemen the same questions. What time was the class? And they varied on that. One said 8 to 4, one said 8:30 to 4:30, one said 8 to 2. And then I asked them what the instructor looked like, and without any hesitation at all, they all said older white male, older guy, using almost identical language. And there was no hesitation. It was just Johnny on the spot right there. And so that.
What was your impression of that?
It threw me is that I hadn't had people with that sort of recall, especially when they couldn't really remember the times, and they were had to take some time to think about that. But then when you get to what's the instructor look like, they were just, and it was also the same description. It was using almost identical words. They weren't identical words, but it was really close. So after speaking with those 3.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to Ms. Vasquez again?
I did.
And tell us about that conversation.
Yes, on May 26th, I contacted Ms. Vasquez and asked her if she would be willing to call Bushido to ask them about the status of the roster. And I did this because we had noticed some students from that roster that go through appear on other rosters later on from Bushido. And so I asked her if she'd be willing to do that, and she responded, I could, however, I don't think it would do much because they just called me a couple of days ago and said that they were going to give me a refund because it looked like the roster wasn't going through. I said, okay, well, never mind then. And she then said something like, it was the second time that she had talked with them. And I said, well, when was the first? She said, oh, it was a few weeks ago. They called me and told me it was under audit, and then what I should say should the division call me. And that piqued my interest. And I said, well, it's fine if they told you it's under audit, but what did they say as far as if should the division call you? And she said, they told me I need to tell them that I was there the whole time. And then they told me what the instructor looked like. And I said, okay. So this was May 26th. And 27th, I asked her to email me just a statement of that. And then we went back and forth on email just with a couple of questions. Do you have any phone records of this? And to show the call coming in. She said she had one from the 24th phone call, which she supplied. And then she went back to a bill that showed all outgoing and incoming phone calls and sent that to me showing a call originating on May 6th at about 12:35 p.m. From a phone number that belonged to Mr. Archibald. And during the
How did you determine that the phone number belonged to Mr. Archibald?
We have a person entry for him as an instructor. We have a person entry, and it was also, when I was preparing the hearing book, I also went back to he was the owner and director of a school called iSpy, and on that iSpy application was also that same cell phone number for him.
And did Ms. Vasquez identify who she had spoken to?
I asked her if she remembered a name and who they were, what did they say, and they said they were calling on behalf of Bushido and that their name was Archie.
Okay. And did you have any further interaction with Ms. Vasquez?
Following that, no, that was.
And can you talk a little bit, actually gonna, I'm going to direct you to Exhibit 8 in the hearing book. I separated out my book, I'm sorry. Yeah, starts on page 35.
Yep.
The book. And can you just tell us about this exhibit, what paperwork we're looking at here?
This is what we call a memo to file. Just is the sum and substance of the conversation. It's not a transcript, it's just kind of the high points, summarizing what was said and the pertinent parts of the conversation.
Are there other attached documents?
There's those are the phone records that she had sent me. The one on the right is the May 24th phone call where you can see it says Joseph Archibald on it. It has the 718 number. And then the one on the left is her, I guess it's like a bill or something. It's a log of the calls, and that's the May 6th call at 12:35 p.m. from the same number, showing to Mr. Archibald.
And what additionally, what is in the exhibit?
I had asked her what did he say to tell you, and he said Archie said to say that the instructor was a man named John and that he was tall and thin. That's all I can remember.
And did you ask her to email you?
Yes, this was back and forth in the email.
And the final page of that exhibit, which is page 41? No, 42? Nope. For page 44, can you just tell us what that is?
Yeah, this is the school renewal application from iSpy Expert Investigations, just showing Joseph Archibald and that number being registered to iSpy and then.
And can you tell us a little, you redacted the, some of the information here. Can you just tell us why you did that?
There was a lot of personal calls to like New Jersey and I think a couple from Florida. One outgoing at 12:33 to a New York City number. And it's not, because at the time they weren't pertinent.
And did you have a chance at some point to re-review those phone records?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you find?
I found that the phone call, you'll see May 6th at 12:33 PM. There was an outgoing call from Ms. Vasquez's phone to a 212 number in New York City that was not registered to Bushido, because when I received this, I did look back to see if there was any calls, going to Mr. Archibald's cell phone or any calls that we had registered to Bushido and DCJS, because when they do a school application, they have to give us, what's the phone number for the school, what's the phone number for the director. And so the 212 number didn't show up on any of that. And as it turns out, the 212 number was an unregistered, with us, an unregistered, a DCJS unregistered phone number for Bushido that used to be a number associated with iSpy, which was the school that Mr. Archibald, I believe, owned and was a director of.
And so that was the call just prior to the call
Yes.
that's kind of highlighted here in the
Yes,
exhibit?
yeah, at 12:33 PM, yes. So it looks as though she had called and spoke with somebody and Mr. Archibald called her back, or called and left a message, and Mr. Archibald called her back.
And did she indicate that to you when you spoke to her on May 26th and 27th?
She did not. It was, the way the conversation went, it just was, she didn't even understand why I would question someone calling and saying, hey, if they call, you're supposed to say this. She didn't really take it all that serious. She said, yeah, okay. And so it never really came up as a question even, did you call them first? Because had she called me May 6th at 12:45 PM, and you're not going to believe what happened, that would have been different. But it was very, very informative. I mean, it was just like, oh yeah, here's some superfluous information for you. She didn't really understand the significance of it.
And from your perspective, what is the significance?
The significance is, I was confused going back to those phone calls where I'm talking with people 2 weeks from a class, and they're having difficulty describing an instructor, they're having difficulty telling me about the class, and then they admit to buying the certs. I then speak with people almost a month from a class, and while they differed a little bit on the times, they just, when I asked them what the instructor looked like, there was no hesitation. It was just older, thin, white male, thin, older. I mean, it was
And when
very
you
quick.
when you spoke to two individuals after you received the complaint and talked with Ms. Vasquez for the first time, did you specifically ask them about a description of the instructor?
I did.
And what, if anything, did they tell you?
One of them said the instructor was an Asian male. The other said the instructor, he believed, was an African-American male.
And so that was different than the later individuals.
Yes, the instructor on the record was John Monaco, and I had contacted Department of State to ask, after getting those different, also the woman that had called me, who called me later on, the one I didn't exactly find credible, said, white male. So I contacted Department of State and gave them Mr. Monaco's information and said, could you please look on your records, because Department of State does capture demographic information. I said, could you let us know what he identified as? I have him being described as an African-American male, Asian male, and a white male. And they responded back that he identified as a white male on his Department of State paperwork.
And did Ms. Vasquez ever mention interacting with an instructor?
No. If I remember her statement, if she went in there, she was in there for all of 10 minutes, went in, He was given some paperwork, filled it out, was given a certificate, and like her payment receipts, and I believe a couple of business cards, and she left.
Okay, I have no more questions for Mr. Griffin at this time. Mr. Archibald?
Good morning. Mr. Griffin, do you stand by all your reports and all your testimonies and all of the information given to you by Ames Vasquez? Did you vet it for accuracy and truthfulness?
I spoke with her and corroborated it with 2 other people from that class.
Okay, and you started your audit when?
April 14th, when the complaint came in, would have been the date that the case would have started.
And how many people did you speak to when you started your audit?
I spoke with Ms. Vasquez, and then I spoke with 2 other people from the April 14th class.
The class had how many people on there? And you spoke to 3 people?
Yes,
And of the 3 people, you said 2 of them had no clue what was going on, and Ms. Vasquez told you that she didn't sit in the class and she was there for 10 minutes. I'm paraphrasing, so.
and the other 2 corroborated that, unable
Okay.
to give a description. of
And how many
the
people
class.
were on the April 14th class?
I already answered that.
Okay. How many students were on there? I didn't hear the answer. Would you mind?
14.
14? Okay, so just stay with me. What happened to the other 11?
I had called some, left messages. We don't get 100% callback.
Okay, but you got maybe, what, 15% of the class?
I mean, we can do the math, but yeah, I got 3 out of the 14.
And of the 3, one of them initiated the call with you, so that's one person who said she didn't sit in the class, and the other 2, you had to coach them to say that they didn't sit in the class.
No, I did not coach them to say. they did not sit
Initially,
in the
when
class.
you spoke to them and you asked them if they sat in the class, did they say yes or no?
They said yes.
Okay. And after you cajoled them to say,
Then that's a mischaracterization.
cajole
mischaracterization.
them to say that they didn't sit in the class, then they said, yeah, we didn't sit in the class.
I didn't-
And conveniently, the other 11 people you couldn't get in touch with and they wouldn't return your phone call. Is that your testimony?
Well, there was one other woman that did call me later on, but I don't recall her name. She just was calling to ask about where the class was. And my testimony is not that I cajoled them or anything like that.
Well, I'm
That's why-
paraphrasing. I'm
Well, you can
characterizing
paraphrase,
it.
but I just want to be
Because
clear
they
on the
gave you
record.
one answer, right? You didn't necessarily agree with
Mr.
the answer
Archibald?
they gave you, yes?
Mr. Archibald, let's stick to the questions, please.
I am sticking to my question.
Respectfully,
I am.
a question is a question, a statement is a statement. What you're-
Okay,
what you're-
got it. That you got. That you got. So it's your testimony that after they gave you an answer that you did not agree with, that you convinced them to tell you what you view as the truth. That's your
No, that
testimony.
is not my testimony.
What is your testimony? I'm
My
sorry.
You already
testimony-
gave his
I
testimony.
already gave my
Okay,
testimony.
well, I'm asking for clarification.
That's
So
not
he-
that's not what you're doing, so.
I'm asking for clarification. I don't understand what his answer is. I'm not an attorney, so I'm asking him to clarify what his answer is. Because to me, it sounded like he asked the question, did not get the answer he was looking for, so he told them what he thought they did, and they agreed with him.
That's not what he said.
Well, he should speak for himself.
He already did. He already did. So if you're going to ask a question, then ask a question. But we're going to be mindful of everyone's time and get to the point, okay?
Mindful of whose time what? I don't understand.
For the purposes of this hearing, this is not a court of law. This is an administrative.
Okay,
hearing.
but people should
Hold
still
on.
be required to tell the truth. And
Hold on.
if I have to ask more than one question, and if he has to answer it more than once to get the truth out of him, then that's what it should be.
Understood. If you're going to ask a question, make sure it's a question, not a statement. What is your next
Mr.
question,
Griffin.
sir?
Do you have confidence in Ms. Ames Vasquez in her statements?
I do.
Okay. What time did Ms. Ames Vasquez get to Bushido?
She got there at, and I can look at her statement, I haven't memorized it. Just got it. Just bear with me. She said she arrived at Bushido Training, 224 West 31st Street at 7:54 a.m.
And what did she do when she arrived?
Was greeted by two receptionists, signed in as requested, paid $60, gave the receptionist her New Jersey driver's license and her New York State security guard license. She was given two forms to fill out. Her ID cards were given back to her, along with a receipt for the $60. I went to an empty classroom and filled out the forms, registration form, student advisory form, and a COVID form, because at this point in time, we're still under COVID restrictions, so Bushido had ultimately 35 people allowed in the classroom, but everyone was at 50% capacity due to the social distancing. So that's why we're still doing COVID forms and all that. At 7:59 a.m., I handed my forms filled out to the receptionist, and she handed me back a folder with my 8-hour annual certificate along with some business cards attached. I walked out of the building at 8:02 a.m.
Describe what the receptionist looked like, male or female,
No,
blonde, brunette.
no,
When she walked out on her own, or she was told to leave?
she walked out with certificates in hand with business cards and her receipts.
Did the receptionist tell her to leave?
I don't have that information.
Did you ask her that question?
Why would I? She walked out with certificates, business cards, and receipts. I mean,
Okay, but
if she was asked
that's-
to
but-
leave, she wouldn't be leaving with a certificate.
Okay, but
and
that's
receipts of payment.
fine, that's fine. That's fine. The point I'm trying to make is that if I go somewhere and something doesn't happen the way I expect it to happen, I would ask questions. And I'm trying to, because the accusation is she walked in, she walked out with certificates. I don't know where she got the certificates from. I don't know who she got the certificates from. I have no description of who she got the certificates from. And she asked no question. She got the certificates and she ran out.
She got the certificate, she was handed them, and she left.
Did she ask about the class? If I'm somewhere for a class, wouldn't you ask, where's the class?
I'm going to object to that question.
Okay, I'll adjust the question. Is it your testimony that when she went in at 8 o'clock, that she should not ask about the class if she was expecting the class? That's your testimony. It's reasonable for her not to ask what happened to the class. That's your testimony, that's reasonable. That's reasonable behavior.
But she went in there at 7:54, filled out some paperwork, was handed her.
You said that already. I don't need you to repeat that.
Okay, so what?
Mr. Griffin, what do you know about me personally, Mr. Griffin?
That's not relevant to this.
It is relevant.
Absolutely nothing.
There you go. Thank you. I want that on the record.
Okay.
I was an investigator from 1996. I wasn't a campus cop.
Mr.
When I do an investigation, I do a thorough investigation.
Mr. Archibald,
Thorough, yes.
can I ask you to kind of bring down your volume and your tone, please, sir?
Okay, but I got the answer I'm looking for. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, but still the volume and your tone.
Absolutely nothing. Remember, he said that. Absolutely nothing. Do you know what a hack is? Do you know what a hack is?
Madam Chair, if
Do you know what a hack
This
is?
has nothing to do with this hearing, that question. He's in.
Do you know the definition of a hack?
There's several
You don't-
definitions of a hack, and I'm not even
Can
going
you
to
wait?
answer this.
Madam
Mr.
Chair, I don't
Archibald,
think that's
can
an
we bring
appropriate
it
question
back
for this hearing.
To the matter at hand, please.
So you fully stand behind the testimony of Miss Ames? You believe she was telling you the truth? She was 100% truthful? She made no errors?
I believe she was telling me the truth. I cannot say whether or not she made errors.
Okay, and you corroborated it with 2 people, and the other 11 people, you couldn't find them? Or they didn't call you back? I don't know
Then I called several more, but no,
several more, or did you call the whole list?
I did not call the whole list, nor do we have to call the whole list.
I didn't ask you if you had to call the whole
Okay,
list.
so no, I didn't.
You didn't call the whole list?
No.
Okay.
I'm really trying to push it on my own.
Did Miss Ames tell you if her ID cards were scanned? Did she tell you what they did with her ID cards?
No,
Okay. Bushido, when you enter Bushido, my knowledge of their operation, because I don't own Bushido, I wasn't in partnership with Bushido, in spite of your narrative, had nothing to do with Bushido. They scan ID cards. Well, I would like him to look at the exhibit here and tell me the time on the exhibit.
Okay, it seems like we were veering into some testimony and not, if you
Okay.
have a document you would like him to look
I
at.
got you. You have to bear with me. I'm not an attorney. I don't have
understand.
the power of the state behind
You're
me.
doing just fine. If you have a document,
Yes.
we.
I would like to submit a document and evidence.
Okay. Do you have,
I made copies. I made several copies because it's a little difficult to see,
sure,
but I made several copies. I was under the impression that this gizmo would be working and you'd be able to see it on the big screen. But
So-
everyone who comes into Bushido,
I think it would
scan.
be appropriate for you to show the document to Mr. Griffin and ask him if he knows what it is,
okay,
and then ask questions about the document.
okay.
The copy, maybe for the council.
I'll give a copy to Mr. Griffin and I'll give a copy to the council. And whoever has the best eyes, because this is.
I've got some readers
Whoever
here.
got glasses. Well, whoever has the best
You can
eyes, he
start
has
with-
his glasses here.
Pass it down. Who's the youngest?
I look young, but I'm 64. Years.
Can you pass it this way, Mike?
Good. I was
Okay.
43, had my first child at 43, she's 21, so I'm not the youngest.
That's the youngest. For years.
Okay.
See, how much you might be close. Nick, you are. Yeah.
I don't know, just,
No.
She's aging better than I am. The army.
Did you see the time on that, Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Archibald, are there any additional exhibits that you have that you would like to enter?
Yeah, but they're amongst thousands of documents. As I talk about them, I'll have to present them that way.
What would be more appropriate, maybe to have everything prepared so that we could enter them?
I do have them prepared, but I was prepared for them to present their case like last time. Last time, they just went through their exhibits 1 to 24, and I waived all the exhibits. I thought they'd have the exhibits prepared for me, and then I was prepared to counter their exhibit. Because he just rambled on nonsense, I have to look through my documents to see what I have to refute what he was saying.
So you don't have anything prepared in an orderly manner for us to review
I
regardless of
did,
what your
but
points
see, I
are?
started moving things around as his testimony changed from last time. I have to readjust the documents that I had to present. It was set up. You see, I have a copy of all the exhibits here, But instead of them presenting the exhibits like they did last time, they didn't do that. He just gave testimony as he remembers it. And because he just gave testimony as he remembers it, in order for me to refute what he's saying, I have to go through different documents because he didn't go in the order he did last time. He didn't go 1 to 24. He didn't go 1 through 24 like they did last time.
Madam Chair, I think because the scope of this hearing is a little bit different than the last hearing, that may be why things have proceeded a little bit differently. I think some of the issues are different here.
But I thought you guys would pull out the exhibits that pertain to me.
Right, which we
That didn't happen.
did
either.
not.
So this is my recommendation. We're going to take a brief break. We're going to break from now until 11:15. I'm going to ask you to put your documents to the side so that we can identify what's the best way for you to submit them to, because piecemeal may not be as effective as you think
Okay.
it's going to be.
So everybody gets a break and I have to work during my break.
Yes, sir.
Sir, everybody gets a break. How you use your break is up to you.
Okay.
Nonetheless, during the break, we will determine what's the best way for
Okay.
you to present.
Can I just ask one last question before we
Hold
get
on,
break?
can I finish? Can I finish?
Sure.
You can ask your question when we return from the break.
Okay.
One member of the council,
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
The record?
So if we could just pause. And we'll break until 11:15. Oh, that's. We are back in session. Mr. Archibald, your next question, please.
Could you see the time on the scanned ID card for Ms. Vasquez, Mr. Griffin?
Madam Chair, Mr. Archibald handed a document. I think it would be appropriate to try and lay some foundation as to what it is. And the witness would has to be able to lay the foundation for us to discuss the document.
So, Mr. Archibald, can you please give us a context as to what the document is? There are several times that are noted on the document, and so if you can let us know what the different times
Okay.
mean.
Well, I only give out one document. There's only one time on there. That the time the document
No,
was scanned.
there's more than one time on there.
There's 2 times.
There's a couple of times on there.
3, actually.
Do you have a copy? of the
Oh,
document?
okay. I see what you're saying. I got it.
So,
Okay, yeah, I have
so
to-
let's start with context.
I got it.
What is the document that you've presented?
The document is an ID card that is scanned, that was scanned when Ms. Vasquez came into Bushido. Every student is scanned when they come into Bushido prior to taking the class.
So just for clarification, is it just a scan of the document, or is it, hold on, can I finish the question? Or is it a screenshot of an application into which the document was scanned? Because there's a difference.
No, it's a scanned document. It's scanned and then it tells you the time that the document was scanned.
Okay. May I have the document?
Yep.
Also, I think that Mr. Griffin is not able to know what this document is or where it came from or its accuracy. I think it might be more appropriate if it's a document that Mr. Archibald would want to use. He could say what it is in his testimony
Okay,
if he
I
chooses
got
to
it.
testimony. But I don't know that Mr. Griffin
I
would
got it.
know what it is.
Right.
I got it.
Because you're saying it's a.
I got it.
Hold on, no. You're saying it's a scan, but it's embedded in what looks to be an application because it says profile, there are dates. So it looks more like a screenshot of an application than a scan itself. So can you again give us context of what exactly?
That's the
this is?
scanning program.
Okay,
So when a person comes in and that ID card is scanned, it gives you the data that is on the person's ID card.
okay. So there are a couple of times and dates here. There's a set of dates here. There's a set of dates here. There's a set of dates here.
Okay.
Which dates in particular are you referring to, sir?
Okay.
So I think
I'm going
to
do what the counselor said. I think it would be better for everyone if I presented it in my portion rather than now.
No problem. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay? Mr. Griffin, the class in question is August 14th, correct? April 14th, correct?
April 14th.
And where was I April 14th? Do you know if I was at Bushido?
I'm going to object to that because that one was not part of the earlier testimony and also not the allegation that this hearing is focused on.
Well, the reason I'm asking that question is because when he was asking questions and he was doing phone interviews, somebody told him they saw a black guy, and I'm clearly a black guy. So maybe I was the black guy that he saw. So it's relevant because he just testified. One of the people he
So maybe that's the more appropriate question.
Do you believe I was the black guy Mr. Gareth saw on the 14th when you interviewed him?
I did not know. He said, because where the conversation went, he goes, well, there was an African-American male there, and I said, okay, was that Matthew Cochran? And he said, yes.
Okay,
I
and
don't know if that was you and who's what, because again, we don't do
okay,
demographics.
at that time, did you think it was Matthew Cochran?
Yes,
Oh, you thought it was Matthew Cochran?
yes.
Okay. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I did receive in a FOIA request a copy of all of your investigations pertaining to suspension of schools. And the unusual thing that I noticed is that you asked if the instructor was Asian or white. Only in this instance. Is it just a coincidence that Matthew Cochran is Asian and you asked if he was Asian? You had no idea he was Asian. You just, is it your testimony that when you question a person about a description that you use, one of the descriptive lines you use was he Asian? Is that your testimony?
I use 3. I will ask, first I'll ask them, hey, what the instructor look like? When there's a pause and they're obviously, they don't know, I will prompt them, I'll say, because the 3 most easily distinguishable ethnicities are Asian, white, and African American. So was he Asian? Was he white? Was he African American?
Okay, but in reviewing your other investigations,
I'm going to object. I think that's outside the scope of this hearing.
Is there a question?
I was just curious because he claimed,
What's the question?
the question is, you had no idea that Matthew Cochran was Asian and you thought that possibly the black guy he described was Matthew Cochran?
Yes.
Okay. And on the 14th, when Ms. Ames Vasquez called and she told you her story and she wrote the email to you about her experience there, you didn't find anything unusual. Your testimony, you found nothing unusual about her testimony.
Your email was consistent with other complaints I had heard about.
Okay,
Bushido.
but that wasn't the question. Ames Vasquez's story about coming in at whatever time she claimed she came. And if you look at her story, she puts detailed numbers. She comes in, she got there at 7:57. She filled out the form at 7:59, got her receipt at 7:58. I don't know anybody who operates like that. So I'm saying to you as an investigator, that didn't set off any bells and whistles. It's your testimony that her testimony came off as credible and there was nothing wrong with it. You just knew she had that certificate and that's it. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that she did come off as credible. I did notice that she was very detailed with the times. And I explained to her at that time, I said, thank you. We have to independently corroborate this with other people.
Okay. And then you did that by speaking to 2 people who initially said they sat in the class and then when you told them, no, you didn't, they agreed with you. That's your corroboration, yes?
No,
That's what your testimony was.
that is not what my testimony was. My testimony was that I interviewed them. They all initially will, everybody will say I initially
Okay,
sat.
that's just what I said. Changing the nuance of what I'm repeating is,
Mr. Archibald, I'm going to ask that you stick to the questions. We don't need the narrative behind the question, just the question, please, sir.
okay, but
And
he's changing his testimony.
no, sir. No, sir. Words matter.
Words do matter.
What you said is not what you're saying he didn't say. So please proceed with a question.
Both persons initially said they sat in the class.
Yes.
After you disagreed with them, they then admitted that they didn't sit in the class.
Both persons. I'm going to answer this the way I want to answer. You can answer. you
Okay,
can ask
but
the
you know,
questions. I will answer
Okay,
them as I
you
see
could,
fit.
but it's a yes or no
It
question.
is not a yes or no question.
The question was, did they initially say they sat in the class? That's yes, no?
That is
correct?
Yes.
After you disagreed with them, they then
Mr. Arch-
admitted they didn't sit in the
Mr.
class.
Archibald.
Is that your testimony?
Mr. Archibald,
No.
again, I'm going to ask you to watch your volume and tone. Now, I am hearing impaired. So
Okay.
when you get loud, it makes it hard for me to hear what you're saying.
Okay,
So I'm personally, as a person with
Okay.
a disability,
okay.
asking you.
I'm sensitive to what you're telling me, so I will-
moderate
I
your
will- I will
tone
modulate my
and Your
volume.
volume, please.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask you again. sir.
Okay, okay, gotcha. So, Mr. Griffin, it's your testimony that, did she tell you she made a complaint? At any time did Miss Vasquez, the person that you have faith in, the person who told you she was there for 6 minutes, I think 6 or 7 minutes, at any time did she tell you she complained to the school? And it is your testimony that that doesn't seem unusual.
No.
Okay. Is it your testimony? Did she tell you if she asked for a refund?
No.
And it is your testimony that it is normal for a person who is dissatisfied with a service to ask for a refund, to not ask for a refund.
It would be. She went in there and bought a cert and she walked out with the cert. That's,
Is that what she expected to do? Is it your testimony that's what she expected to do?
I don't know what her expectations were, sir. I'm not her.
But you just answered as if she was satisfied. So I'm asking you, is it your testimony that she accomplished her goal and that's why she didn't ask for a refund?
I don't know if she had a goal. I don't know what the goal was. You're asking me to answer for her.
I'm asking you, was it unusual for a person to go for a service, not get the service that they expected, and they were outraged, because that's in the document she wrote you, that she was outraged. In 25 years, she's never experienced that. That's what she wrote to you. Yes? Is that what she wrote to you? She was outraged after 25 years. She never experienced what she experienced that day?
She said she was stunned that the
Stunned?
school is conducting themselves in such
Okay,
a reckless
stunned.
manner.
I stand corrected. She was stunned. And to your knowledge, did she ask for a refund?
My knowledge, she did not.
And that didn't strike you as strange?
No, it did not.
Mr. Archibald, I'm going to ask whatever questions you ask once.
Okay.
And keep it moving, please.
Okay. Do you know if she asked for the instructor?
I did not.
And it is your testimony that she went for a class, didn't get the class, and she didn't ask about the instructor. And that, to you, it's your testimony that's normal.
It's my testimony that was what she said to me.
But I'm asking you, as an investigator, and I'm asking you, is it your testimony that you think that behavior of an unsatisfied customer not asking for a refund or speaking to the person in charge, normal behavior?
From my years of experience with the SGP handling, I think this 12, 13 sales or certificate complaints, I not readily recall any of them asking for a refund.
Mr. Griffin, I'm asking you specifically about the 14th of April.
Madam Chair, I think he's answered this question already.
Okay. Did she complain to, do you know if she complained to another student?
I don't know.
Do you know if she had any conversation with anyone else about her experience other than you?
I believe she told the director of the school that she works at what her experience was.
Do you know how she found Bushido? Like, how did she happen to just come to Bushido? She looked it up on Google?
There's an approved school list. There's,
No, but I'm asking, I asked you, do you know how she found it? Not to speculate on how she could have found it. I'm asking, do you know how she found Bushido? Was it random? Did she go alphabetically?
no,
So you don't know how she found Bushido?
I believe that she went to Bushido for an annual.
So did she tell you that she was a prior student? She had been to Bushido before?
No.
Okay. So it's your testimony, because I didn't understand that. That made no sense. When she went to Bushido, what prompted her to go to Bushido at whatever time she got there?
She went there to get an annual.
Okay. Do you know how many approved security guard training schools are there in New York State?
In New York State, there's approximately, right now, 580, or sorry, 400.
Very good. Very,
About 480,
okay, very good.
give or take.
Did you ask her what made her pick Bushido?
No,
Okay. Do you know if she called to find out when the class started or the time of the class prior to going to Bushido?
no.
When she received the certificate and she was stunned, do you know what she said to the receptionist?
No.
Do you know if she said anything to the receptionist?
No.
And it is your testimony that that is normal behavior?
Again, I think that that's already been asked and
Well,
answered.
not to that question, Counselor.
Sure. Okay.
I didn't ask her, so I don't know if she did or if she didn't.
Okay, but my question is that normal behavior? That's all.
Is it normal behavior or what?
I'm trying to phrase this as a question. Is it your testimony that if you go to a business and you're stunned by the service you receive, and you're there, you're present, and you were only there for 10 minutes, so what's your rush? That you wouldn't seek out whoever's running the place to find out what happened or what's happening?
What I was doing with someone else, you're asking me to put myself in her head, so you're
No,
asking,
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, that's what she did according to her testimony and her email and the multiple phone calls that you and Ames Vasquez had, because I won't tell you what I know. What I'm asking you is you found nothing that Ames Vasquez did that day unusual. It was all normal behavior.
You asked that question already, sir.
Okay, but it's on the floor again. Can I have a break? He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's got 15 people here on his side. Can I have a break to have him answer that question again, just on the record?
We're not on anybody's side.
Yeah, I think we should
So,
clarify the
so
role
just
of
for
the council.
clarification, we're on this side of the room.
Makes no difference.
It
It's all a farce.
it does make a difference.
It's a
sir.
farce.
It does make a difference, and it's not a farce.
It's a farce.
If it were a farce, you would not have the opportunity. We're giving you the opportunity. You're asking your question.
My license has been suspended since October of 2022.
And keep in mind, the council does not make that
The
decision.
request for a hearing was in October the 16th of 2022.
Okay, so I'm
My
gonna.
license was officially revoked in December of 2022. So I have been unable to work based on testimony from a guy who just admitted that he knows absolutely nothing about me. So what opportunity am I be given that I'm not grateful for? Forgive me for not being grateful for the opportunity.
I think Mr. Archibald, I would just ask you to direct your questions to Mr. Griffin. You will have an opportunity to either testify or make a statement. Right now, we're doing questions.
As you know, I'm not an attorney, so you have to forgive me.
I-
My presentation is not going to be polished. I just need to know that he received a complaint from a woman that he testified that he had all the confidence that what she was saying was accurate. And all I'm asking is not to think for her and whether or not he thought her behavior was 100%, in his opinion, as an investigator, normal. That's all I'm asking. Normal behavior. You walk in a business, you walk out in less than 5 minutes. You don't speak to the director, you don't speak to the school director, you see 2 receptionists of which you can't identify. You run out and you call the Department of State or you make a complaint, but you never make a complaint, you never make a call to anybody from the school. It's all done to the state. And you find none of that unusual.
I've had many others that have done this.
I'm talking about in this case, Ames Vasquez, your star witness.
Mr.
He's
Archibald.
not answering my question.
Volume.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ames Vasquez, your star witness.
Mr. Griffin, yes or no?
No, I didn't find it unusual.
Okay, very good. Very good. And how long did you work as a campus police officer?
From about April of '97 is when I actually started. Hired in March of '97 to November of 2014.
Okay. And did you conduct investigations outside the campus not pertaining to the campus? Like, did the local police call you to solve crimes in the local town because they couldn't handle it?
Objection.
Because the
I
base.
think that, let me speak, please. I think that it's relevant that Mr. Griffin has additional experience that provides him insight on how to establish credibility or ask questions of individuals, but I think we're getting a little far afield with this line of questioning.
I'm trying to establish, because he has testified when he rambled on, gave his rambling testimony.
Also, I would ask the chair to direct Mr. Archibald to not disparage the witness.
I'm not,
Mr. Archibald?
I won't disparage the witness.
Mr. Archibald, I'm going to remind you that even though this is not a court of law, it is an administrative hearing, there is decorum. And so we
Okay.
ask that you be respectful
Okay.
of that decorum and be
Okay.
respectful of
Okay.
everyone herein.
Okay, and I would just ask that, because this is not a court of law, people should tell the truth.
Understood. Get to your questions and make sure the questions are.
You don't agree with that?
I didn't disagree with that.
Oh, okay, because I didn't hear.
Hold on.
Yeah,
You're not asking me questions.
no,
I am I'm the presiding person
Okay.
here in this hearing. Okay, so.
I'm not
so-
questioning your authority, but if
please
we're
be
having
mindful.
dialogue, I'm going to answer what you say to me, I'm going to
You
answer.
cannot talk over me.
Okay, I'm not trying to talk over you, but I'm going to answer you. If you ask me a question, you make a statement, I'm going to respond to you. That's only polite, trying to be polite.
That being said, please focus your questions on the case at hand.
Okay. She objected to my line of,
Questions on the case at hand.
Ms. Vasquez stated that she saw no one. Do you know if she saw no one in the building, no one in the classroom? She saw no one but the receptionist.
What's your question?
Is it your testimony that Ms. Vasquez only saw a receptionist and no one else?
I don't know who else she saw. My testimony is from what she told me, which was she walked in there, saw a receptionist, went in, filled out some paperwork and left, sir. I was not there. And I did not ask her if she saw anybody else.
Is it your testimony that your actions were based on the accuracy and what you believe to be the truthfulness of Ms. Vasquez's testimony, if it was written or email? Isn't that your testimony, that you took actions based on what she told you?
Yes, that's. how
And
we
it's your
started
testimony
the
that you believed everything she said?
What she said, yes. I was consistent with previous complaints that I had heard that were secondhand about Bushido. It was consistent with those. And they were from other sources other than Ms. Vasquez.
And did you at any time reach out to Bushido?
No.
What other complaints did you receive about Bushido?
I received secondhand complaints from other schools in Bronx and other areas.
Do you have some examples of these secondhand complaints?
They would come in over phone calls and they would say that I Spy place is open back up again and they're doing the same thing. Students are lining up, getting their certificates and leaving. That's.
Okay. So it's your testimony that I Spy and Bushido is the same place? Is that your testimony?
No, it's not my testimony. I Spy occupied the location prior to Bushido.
Wrong. What was the address of I Spy?
We'll have to look back at your.
Would you like me to tell you, Mr. Griffin? Because I know. I owned I Spy.
Go ahead.
261 West 35th Street. What was the address of Bushido?
224 West 35th,
What room? What suite?
Suite 904.
Okay. At any time did I Spy have an office in 224 West 35th Street, Suite 904?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so if you received a complaint saying that I Spy opened again,
Mr. Archibald, volume, please.
if you received a complaint saying that I Spy opened again and they're doing the same thing, you believe that to be accurate? It's your testimony, you believe that to be accurate?
Both schools were on West 35th Street,
Okay, so what?
24 versus 261.
So what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you?
ask a student what the address was of the place, and they'll say Midtown. And then you got, maybe you'll get an address.
Okay, but it was
of, like,
just your
West 35th Street.
Okay, but it was just your testimony that you had complaints from unknown people, because you have no examples. Do you have any examples of the schools that complained from the Bronx and all these schools that were calling you complaining about Bushido? Do you have any, did you put in memorandum the places that were calling you and keeping a note and keeping a log?
What I can is all secondhand, and they all got the same response of, if you have anybody with firsthand information, let me know.
Okay, but my question was, did you take notes of these places that made the complaints about Bushido,
No,
formerly I Spy?
Answer the question.
No.
Next question.
No. Okay.
I believe I have one email from another school that emailed me. It was after we received the April 14th complaint. They emailed me late April, early May, and basically said, hey, this, and they mentioned Bushido. And
Mr. Griffin, I have to depend on your expertise, because this is what you've done since 2014, I think.
Mhm.
Is it your experience that, and I'm using your phrase, that selling of certificates is an unusual occurrence? It rarely happens?
I wish I could say that, but no, I will not testify to the fact that it rarely happens. We have other schools currently that are being looked at, and probably out of the revocations that we've done, 11 or 12 of the 17 or 18 revocations that I've been a part of have all been for selling certificates of completion. So I would not say it's a rare event.
Okay, so it's not a rare event, so, but my question is, Bushido, there was something about Bushido that warranted attention as opposed to the many other schools that you just testified?
Madam Chair, I think, I'm trying to be mindful and give a little leeway to Mr. Archibald, but again, we are here with respect to his instructor certificate, not the school in and of itself. So I would just ask that, I understand we may, there's a lot going on here, but we can focus on that. I think it's more appropriate.
Okay, Counselor, the only thing I'm saying is that Mr. Griffin, when he gave his testimony, and I'm not going to use the word rambling, but when he gave his testimony, he made many misstatements. I won't say that they're lies, but I'll say that he had no idea what he's talking about. Zero.
Okay.
Is there a question?
Okay. So that's your testimony?
No, that's not my testimony.
Okay, so if you're-
When she objects to my line of questioning, I have to defend why my line of questioning is relevant. And he just gave all of his testimony, right? And we're talking about me and his testimony, and I'm trying to show the inconsistencies in his testimony.
So just for clarification, right? This hearing is about you and not about Bushido. And the majority of the questions that you have asked have been about Bushido and not been about you.
Okay, but I'm...
So, no, there's not but, because when you say but, you negate everything that came before the but. So if we're going to
Okay.
talk about the hearing today, we need to focus on.
Madam Chair,
as it
give me your
applies-
direction and I'll follow it to the best of my ability.
Okay, so
Again, I'm
move
not
on.
as smart as Matt Griffin.
We don't need we don't need the narrative. We just need the questions and the facts.
Okay.
And so.
So just tell me what you want to do, because I'm trying to save time for the
I
council.
want you to move forward with a different line of questioning.
Okay, I will do that. I will- I will do that.
That is not disrespectful. That is not
It's
disparaging.
disrespectful for a man who knows nothing about me to have my license taken for 12 months. That's disrespectful.
Is that your testimony?
Disrespect goes two ways.
Hold on. Is that your testimony?
No, that's my response to you talking about respect.
I didn't ask you a question.
You made a statement and I'm responding to the statement.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be a question for a person to
So, no.
respond.
As the chair, my statements don't need a response. Questions need responses. If you have a question for Mr. Griffin, then please.
Give me
move forward.
direction, Madam Chair, and I will go
I
there.
just told you, sir.
Okay,
If
very
you
good. Then
have
that's what I'm
a
gonna do. Thank you so
question-
much.
If you
Thank you so
have
much.
a,
You have to forgive me for being emotional,
I know.
to have someone sit there and lie,
What I'm not going to do.
and I'm supposed to take it and
What
say,
I'm-
thank you, give me some more.
What I'm not going to do is let you overtalk me, sir.
I'm not trying to overtalk you, but you're characterizing me in
Mr.
one way.
Archibald, you'll have a chance at the end to make all of your statements about your assessment of the witnesses,
Counselor.
credibility, all this stuff. So I think just,
Counselor, I'm
throw that all in the
I'm
end.
not trying to be combative.
I know, and I'm trying to, I want to give you leeway. But also I want to get to the purpose or the facts of this hearing, not of
Okay.
other hearings.
Do you have any more questions for Mr. Griffin?
Yes,
As
I
it-
do. Yes, I do.
Can I finish my question before you answer? As it applies to you in the hearing today, not necessarily Bushido or anything else that is not directly about you and your ability to offer security guard training per the regulations.
Okay, I only understood half of what you asked me, but I understand where you want me to go, and I understand you want me to narrow my focus of questions based on me and not necessarily Bushido. And I'm going to do my best to go that way.
All right, and then we're going to put up some tight guardrails, so
Okay.
let's go.
During your testimony, Mr. Griffin, you and Ms. Vasquez, how many calls and how many emails did you and Ms. Vasquez have? Approximately.
Okay.
Approximately.
I'm just thinking back, I mean, we were talking a while ago. I'm going to say approximately or maybe 5 phone calls.
Okay. And it is your testimony that there's only 4 or 5, there weren't few in between here and there? Is that your testimony? It was only 4 or 5 communications between you and Ms. Vasquez? Nothing more?
My testimony is, I am guesstimating. I don't recall the exact
Okay.
number. We did have some sporadic, around April when the complaint came in, we had some conversations, and then,
Would you be surprised that you had double of what you just testified? Would you be shocked? Would you be stunned?
no, like I said, I don't really remember. I'm guesstimating.
Okay, so it's possible to say you've had so many communications with Ms. Vasquez, you just don't remember how many. Is that fair?
I had communication with Ms. Vasquez. I don't recall, there was between email and phone calls. I do not recall the exact number.
But would it be fair to say that you had considerable communications to Ms. Vasquez? I mean, considerable number of communications with Ms. Vasquez, you know.
Back and forth about the, yeah.
Okay.
That's part of our job, is to.
Okay, no, And Ms. Vasquez, because in your testimony, and I was reading your narrative, and in your narrative, you said something that you were notified by somebody in one of your staff members, hey, the people from the 14th are now somewhere else. Do you remember writing that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just expand on that a little bit? What happened that day? You were just walking around doing DCJS stuff, and then your staff members say, hey, remember that class that is under ordered? They're now other places.
Yeah. I was told by one of my staff members that she had noticed that some of the students that were on the April 14th roster were appearing on other Bushido rosters later on.
And When she told you that, what did you ask her?
I asked her what ones and what do you got?
Say again?
I asked her, like, what ones, what do you got? And she went through and came up with a few names and said,
No, but the reason why I'm stopping you, because that's not what you wrote. You wrote something different than that.
that's a summary. I'm telling you the conversation that we had.
Okay.
So what I said to her, I don't remember my exact words, but that's what led me in end of May to contact Ms. Vasquez to ask her.
I can only go by your summary. You write a summary, I read your summary, I look at the inconsistencies in your summary,
What are your
and I
questions?
point
What's your
them out.
questions?
My question is didn't you say in your summary, is it your testimony in your summary, you said, what about Ms. Vasquez? Did she reappear on another list?
If it says it in the summary, then yes, I would have asked that back in May of 2022.
Okay. And you asked about Ms. Vasquez, because I'm only going according to your summary and your testimony. You asked about Ms. Vasquez and not the other 13 people, because I think there was 14 people, the other 13 people on the list, specifically for what reason? Why was Ms. Vasquez important to you?
Because I'd already had communication with her, I was just curious if she had appeared on another roster, if they had been put on another roster. That's all.
So it was just a curiosity?
Yeah.
Oh, that's odd. Okay.
What's your question?
Ms. Vasquez, at some point, Ms. Vasquez told you somewhere you were notified, just testified that you were notified by your staff that people were appearing on other lists. And you asked about Ms. Vasquez because you were curious. And when you spoke to Ms. Vasquez or she communicated, what did she say in respects to Joseph Archibald?
I called her on, what was it, May 26th or so?
Yeah, 2016.
And I asked her if she would call to ask about the class. And she said, I would, but I don't know what good it would do. I had just talked with them a couple of days ago, and they said they were going to refund me the money for the class because it looked like the class wasn't going through. And then if the class winds up going through, it's basically an annual on us. And I said, okay, here's what it is, thanks, And then it went on from there to where she then said, I kind of talked, hey, how you doing and all that stuff. And then she said, it was the second, because it was the second time that they had called me. And that's when I asked about, okay, well, what was the first time that you spoke with them? And then that came out where she said a few weeks ago, someone had contacted me and said that the class was under audit and that they told me, D suggests you call you, here's what you got to say, that you were there the whole time. And
Okay. And did she say who that person was?
in the email, she stated it was a person that said they were from Bushido and they identified themselves as Archie.
And for which call, because I understand there were multiple calls, which call are you referring to that they said that they were Archie?
There were 2 calls. And let's go back to her email because this was all an email. Because I wanted to get this. In writing from her, so there would 8.
If that's an exhibit, can you please tell me what
It's Exhibit
exhibit that is?
Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8?
8, yep. I asked her, there's a little summary memo to file, but unfortunately, because it's an email thread, you got to go back to front. So we're going to start,
You mean bottom to top, is that what you're saying?
yeah, the way it appears in the summary book, right, or in the hearing book, it goes, starts on page 43, well, technically 42, where she gives her statement there. May 26th at 4:08 PM, emails me, May 6, 2022, 12:35 PM, got a call from Bushido Training. Gentleman on the phone said that they were being audited by the state, and this happens, but not to worry. He asked me if I had received a call from the state. I told him that I had not received any call from the state that I was aware of. He further went on to tell me that what I should say if I receive a call from the state. He said that I should say I sat in the class on April 14, 2022, and he gave me a physical description of the instructor that taught the class. He repeated that I should not worry and to reassure whoever called me from the state that I was in the class and that I was there the whole day and not to worry because, quote, they are not the police, end quote. And then on May 24th, 2022 at 9:18 a.m., I received another call from Bushido Training. The gentleman on the phone said that they were going to refund me the money that I paid for the 8-hour annual class of April 14th, 2022. He said that the audit was still ongoing and that it was just best to refund me the money. He said that if the class gets approved after I pick up my refund, that they would not charge me for the class. Have a good afternoon, and if you need any further information from me, please contact me. To which I responded via email, because she sent that after our conversation. I said, hey, put this in writing to me. So that's when I asked her for a screenshot, because I'm like, okay, let's see some records from the cell phone call. So I asked her, could you send me a screenshot from the record showing, date, time, and number of the phone call. I said, I understand if there's going to be other numbers that could be visible, and I'll redact them because, personal phone numbers.
Okay, very good. So, Ms. Vasquez, according to your testimony in the email chain that you and Ms. Vasquez had together, she said a person, Archie, my nickname's Archie, Joseph Archibald, everyone calls me Archie. She said Archie called her 2 times in the month of May, once on the 6th and once on the 24th, right?
She said it was a gentleman both times. Both numbers were the cell phone number that we have for you. One of them actually came up as Joseph Archibald. That's the 24th call. Came up with your name on it.
Okay.
And
All right.
and so I had asked her if he had identified himself. In regard to call May 6th, did the person calling identify themselves? If so, do you happen to remember the name? Did they say they were calling from or on behalf of Bushido? If you don't recall a name, could you tell from the voice if the caller were likely male or female? To which she responded, here's a copy of the phone bill from May 6th. It was a man that called me both times, May 6th and May 24th, and he said he was calling from Bushido, and he said his name is Archie.
Okay. Would you be surprised that on the May 6th, I did call Ms. Vasquez, Ms. Ains Vasquez. I absolutely called her May 6th. On May 24th, I absolutely did not speak to Ms. Vasquez. But you have a record of my phone being used to call Ms. Vasquez, correct?
On May 24th, yes.
Yes,
And
okay.
on May 26th, or
Okay.
sorry, May 6th.
No, May 6th and May 24th.
Correct.
Right? Because you had her send you the screenshots of,
The phone, yeah, if you wanted to corroborate again what, you told me this, but let's see some.
did Ms. Vasquez at any point tell you, she said, what time did I call Ms. Vasquez anyway? I can't remember. On the 6th,
On the 6th, it was 12:35 PM.
And when Ms. Vasquez said I called you, you only received the email from Ms. Vasquez, you never had a conversation about the call that I had with Ms. Vasquez?
No, I did have a conversation with her, and then when she.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So where was Ms. Vasquez at the time she received the call? Was she at work? Was she at home? Do you recall where she was?
I don't know where she was. Phone call.
Well, yeah, it irrelevant to you, but, you know, I'm thinking like an investigator, so it's relevant to me because I.
What's your question,
wanna make
sir?
it. So she was sitting at home and she received a call from me and I just randomly called her. Is that your testimony of what she told you?
I can't say whether or not she was home.
Okay, doesn't matter.
She
Like you
called-
said, I agree with you. Doesn't matter.
Heard, even as an investigator, it wouldn't matter. The phone call
Okay.
happened.
To you.
Especially with
You're
cell
one type of
phones.
investigator, I'm another type.
Yeah.
To you, it doesn't matter.
Mr. Archibald,
Doesn't matter.
please allow Mr. Griffin to answer the question.
So it's a cell phone. Day of cell phones, you could be in Jamaica or wherever and make a phone call. And
Okay.
It's gonna be here, right? So,
Okay.
so miracle of cell phones.
Do you think I was in Jamaica at the time I
I
made
was
that
using
call?
that as an example. It doesn't matter where
Okay.
someone is when they get a phone
All right.
call themselves. So
Okay.
anyway, she received a phone call on her cell phone.
Okay,
on May
great,
6th.
great. I concede that I did call Miss,
Mr. Archibald.
What's your question?
Yeah, that's testimony for later.
Do you know, let me just ask you, do you know that that phone call was recorded? Do you have any knowledge of that?
No.
Is it your testimony that you have any knowledge of that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Do you have any knowledge that Ms. Vasquez recorded that phone call?
No.
And at no point you listened to the recording that Ms. Vasquez made? Is it your testimony that you never heard the recording that Ms. Vasquez made?
Of what?
Of the phone call on the 6th? Yes, yes.
No. I did not. I asked her if she had a record of it.
And
but
what is your belief prompted my phone call to Ms. Vasquez on the 6th? What is your belief? You're an investigator. Let's hear this.
My belief, now after reviewing it, my belief was you're returning a phone call that she had placed to Bushido, or to that 212 number that used to be, I guess, related to iSpy. So my belief at this point is that you were returning a phone call that she had placed.
Okay, but you know, you.
What's your question?
My question is, you redacted because I went through your testimony. So did I call Ms. Vasquez or was I returning a call to Ms. Vasquez?
Returning a phone call to Vasquez.
In the redacted exhibit that you have, you only have highlighted the phone call that I made to Ms. Vasquez. Is there any reason why you hid the fact that Ms. Vasquez called my phone?
There is. I did not know at that point in time when I redacted this, when I was creating this book in March of 2023, that that phone call or that phone number belonged to anybody. It just looked to me like a New York phone number because I had looked at the previous phone numbers to see if, number one, to see if your cell phone showed up, to see if Mr. Cochran's phone number showed up, to see if the number that we had registered to Bushido showed up in the previous phone logs as outgoing calls. There was a 212 number at 1234, but because it was not linked to Bushido at the time from the records I had, it was redacted. I had assumed it was a random number.
I don't understand what you're saying. That
What's your
made
question?
no sense to me at all.
What's your question?
My question is that at some point, did you tell Ms. Vasquez that you re-redacted the phone records she sent to you?
Yeah, she had sent them to me with just like scribbles through where she attempted to redact herself.
And you said you had a program to do it
And I said I had a
better.
program that can, because you could still read the phone numbers with the scribbles through them. And I said, well, I'll just redact the phone numbers with this program that we have.
At some point, Ms. Vasquez said in her testimony, in her many, many communications with you, that she received a bunch of cards, right? She said she went in and she,
I don't know, I want to say a bunch. I mean, she said she received some business cards. That's pretty much common practice from what I've seen from the schools.
Okay.
When they,
okay.
I think
So,
business card to get repeat business.
okay. And the business cards, I'm going to assume that the business cards had phone numbers on them?
What's your question?
Oh, yes.
My question was, did the business cards have phone numbers? Don't be so hard on me. It's a question. Okay.
Yes.
So, when, so the business card, how many business cards, to your knowledge, did she have?
3.
It's weird. And the 3 business cards, who were the 3 business cards from? Because that wasn't part of your initial evidence, just so you know.
The business, again, when I created the hearing book in March of '23 with the facts that I had, they were superfluous, they're business cards. They don't, there was no probative value to them.
Okay,
But when
I'll take that. So the numbers on, so if somebody was calling from Bushido, right? And you have the business cards from Bushido with the numbers, wouldn't you want to compare the numbers on the business card with the phone records that you got from, that Ms. Vasquez was receiving? Maybe you have Matthews, Johns, Ms. Johnson's, maybe you have all of them calling Ms. Vasquez. Wouldn't you want to compare the number on the phone card so you can do an accurate check of who was calling Ms. Vasquez? If she made the claim, Bushido was calling me, you can check the cards. Wouldn't you want to do that?
So I checked the DCJS records of the phone numbers that are on file with DCJS for the school. To be frank with you, I have forgotten about these phone cards.
Okay,
I got them in
then
April
fair enough.
22, and I
The
made
truth.
this, you know.
Okay, the
No, I've
truth.
forgotten about the phone call.
Okay,
The business
all right.
cards. But you would ask me whose business cards they were from Bushido Security Training.
Right,
2 are from Joseph Archibald, Bushido Security Training,
okay.
and 1 is from Matthew Cochran from Bushido Security Training. And the number when I was prompted to take another look, and I said, wait a minute, I got phone
Yeah,
from some stuff I received in April of '23, prompting me to take another look. And I said, I happened to be going through some stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, those business cards. And that's when I noticed the office number of 212-216-9192 appearing on, she, for some reason, had 2 business cards from you, from Bushido. That's when I noticed the 212-216, so that number that appears right before at 1234, 1232 is only a couple of minutes. And that number,
okay. And how did, again, how did she get my business cards? Ms. Vasquez?
according to her, she was handed business cards at Bushido Security Training on the 14th, and which did not surprise me because that is a very common practice amongst security guard training schools. See, someone comes in, here's our business card, and so if you need another annual or you need whatever, it's.
Okay, but specifically, why did you think, how do you think she got my business card? And why 2? One wasn't good enough?
That I don't know.
Okay.
She was handed business
Great.
cards. Like
Okay.
I said, I
Okay.
discounted them. as soon
Okay.
as I just
Okay.
skimmed past them. I didn't-
Okay, and
They were
can you tell me
superfluous.
is there any difference between the 2 business cards that you received that say Joseph Archibald on them? Is there any difference when you examine them?
Yeah, one says Joseph Archibald, security consultant, private investigator for Bushido Security Training, formerly I Spy Investigations. And the other says Joseph Archibald, security consultant, Bushido Security Training.
Okay, and are there phone numbers on
Yes,
those? On the, and are the phone numbers the same or they differ?
for the one where it says security consultant, private investigator, Bushido Security Training, formerly I Spy Investigations, the mobile number is 718-974-3451. The office number is 212-216-9192, or 347-913-6288. And on the Joseph Archibald Security Consultant for Bushido Security Training, the only phone number that appears is the mobile number of 718-974-3451.
Okay. I want you to remember that. Your testimony right now, I want you to remember that. Okay. So on the day on May 6th, it's your testimony that Ames Vasquez, I called Ames Vasquez and I told her, whatever it is I told her, say it was John, and then I think you had tall and thin, you have a description, tall and thin, right? Right?
From what she relayed to me.
Okay,
Yes.
in your testimony now, you've met John Monaco. Is he either tall or thin, in your opinion?
I think tall is a relative term, depending on how tall the person is looking at.
Okay.
He's thin, he's what, he's five, I was not standing next to the guy and I don't know what his height is, but what is he, like 5'10" or so?
He's 5'9", he weighs 200 pounds. Nowhere near him.
Just,
Yeah, again,
I
it's
think
all
we're kind
relative.
of
Okay,
running. I think you made your point.
okay, because I allegedly,
What's your question?
so you believe I called Ms. Vasquez, right? I don't know where I am. I have no idea where I'm supposed to be. It's May 6th. I don't know where I'm at.
You just testified to the fact that you called Ms. Vasquez on May 6th, so I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing that.
Okay, so yeah,
What's
you
your
called her,
question,
so
sir?
Okay, my question is, do you believe I called her on May 6th for the purposes of giving the information that she claimed I gave her?
You called her back on May 6th in return of a phone call from her.
Okay, so that's, wow. So is it your testimony
It's volume.
that, I'm asking a
You
question.
got loud.
Oh. Is it your testimony that, I'm trying to think about a phrase because it's so ridiculous. I called her to tell her to interfere with your audit. That was the purpose of my call, right? That's your testimony. That's the whole crux of your case. Yeah, I called her to interfere, right?
During the context of that phone call, you had coached her as to what to say about if DC
But
should
the
call.
purpose of my call to her was to the purpose of my call to her was to interfere with your audit, yes or no?
Obstructionist, and
Was that the purpose of my call, to interfere with your audit?
it was part of your call. I don't know what your purpose was, other than to call her back. You're
You
asking.
wrote
me
the
to-
charges based on the phone call. So how is it your testimony now you don't know what the purpose of my call was?
You're asking me during that phone call, you coached her as to what to say.
Okay, that's your belief. Yes?
From her statements, yes,
That's your test, and you believe that, yes?
yes.
Okay, now, here's where it gets a little tricky. Why did she call me? To coach her?
She called the 212 number.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What number she called. If they all led to Bushido or all led to Minnie, what does it matter? She called me, yes or no?
She called Bushido. Because the Bushido, that 212 number, although unregistered with us, under Matthew Cochran, Director of Training, that 212 number is also listed on his business card. She called the 212 number. I cannot testify to the fact that she called you specifically.
But she spoke to me.
You called her back and she spoke with you.
She spoke to me. Why do you think she called me? Why would she call me? Why do you think she called me and then a minute later I called her back? Why do you think that happened? I had to get the coaching notes down. What is your theory on that?
She left a message, you called her back.
Huh?
She called the 212 number, she left a message.
You can't leave a message on my phone.
212 number, you can't leave a
Cannot
message?
leave a message,
Okay.
no. It's one of the major complaints I have. Can't leave a message on my phone.
I'm not going to speculate, Mr. Archibald.
Okay, then you shouldn't speculate. But you do concede that she called me first,
Yes,
and I was returning her call. Yes?
that's what it appears to be. Yeah. That you were returning her call, or she called someone at the 212 number, spoke with them, and then you decided for whatever reason to call her. It's one of the two.
You're an investigator. What did you conclude?
I concluded that you had called her and that the conversation that she reported coming from Archie regarding they're not the police, you're in there the whole time, here's what the instructor looked like, that it came to me as credible, that that would have been.
And so the fact that she called me first means absolutely nothing to you.
It does, really, it doesn't. It's. so
Okay,
she called-
that's perfect coming from you. Why would I call Ms. Vasquez to obstruct an audit?
To coach people as to what to say.
Okay, so it's your testimony that I coached her and other people, right?
My testimony that you coached her. I cannot speak for who else may or may not have been coached.
Okay, so I called her to coach her. Why Ms. Vasquez? Was Ms. Vasquez a student of I Spy prior?
I don't know. I Spy went out of business.
Do you know, is it your testimony that I know and have any relationship with Ms. Vasquez?
That is not my testimony.
Okay. Do you think I know Ms. Vasquez?
I don't know.
How do you speculate, investigator, that I came upon Ms. Vasquez's name?
Because you were calling her back on May 6th.
There you go. And had she not called me, would I be calling her?
I wouldn't. I'm going to say, in light of the fact that she called you and that you were calling her back, no. But the content of the conversation is still the content of the conversation.
Okay. Listen, my question is that I had no intent, I don't know Ms. Vasquez.
Is that a question?
Yes.
No,
I
that's
don't believe I know Ms. Vasquez in any capacity whatsoever.
I think that, one, it's been already asked and answered. Also, I don't know what relevance it has to the charges we're discussing today.
I'm going to explain, Counselor. The relevance is,
We don't need the relevance now. We just need the questions. You'll have an opportunity to
Okay.
testify. This is the opportunity for you to ask
okay,
questions.
okay,
Ask questions that are pertinent to
okay.
this.
Did you
hearing.
ask Ms. Vasquez why was she calling Bushido?
I didn't know she had called Bushido.
Okay. But you did know that I called her?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think the reason is for Ms. Vasquez to call Bushido? What do you speculate?
You already asked that question.
Not speculating, and I don't know.
You don't know. And that didn't strike you as odd, maybe?
At the time, again, I did not know that that 212 number belonged to Bushido because it was not registered in any capacity with Bushido.
And it is your testimony that she didn't share that with you?
The way that the conversation occurred, it did not. Give me a moment to try to explain this to you. It was very secondhand, and it was. She just kind of said, like, "Yeah, that was the second time they called me. Or that was the second time I spoke with them." I said, "Oh yeah, what was the first? Oh, they called me on May 6th." I said, "Well, what did they say to you May 6th?" And that's when she said, "Well, they told me the class was under audit, and you know it's just not going through right now." And then they told me what to say should DCJS call, and I think we've already gone over what that conversation was. At which point I said, "Okay, well let's get this to writing on a statement," and which she did. She then emailed me the statement. I do not recall her saying that she had called Bushido for anything. And I didn't ask because and when I said, well, they can't really coach you as to what to say. And she kind of laughed it off, saying, well, whatever. Like, she didn't see the significance of that. So if it was I don't know, an attempt at a setup or whatever, I mean, she would have called me May 6th at 12:45 and said, you're not going to believe this. Instead, I called her out of the blue on May 26th, and it came up just, I don't know the correct word to describe it.
Oh,
Just very organic.
that's fine. You've done well, but I can't. My question is that when you did find out that she initiated a call to Bushido, you never asked why. Is that your testimony? You
I didn't find out she initiated the call to Bushido until
and when you
April 23, and no, I didn't call her. I was like,
okay, so you
is what it is.
Okay,
Because we
so-
talked about it.
Oh, okay.
It is what it is.
okay, so but you're doing an investigation that's going to impact people's lives, so that doesn't make it is what it is. It fits your narrative, so that's good. Yeah?
No.
That's your testimony?
No, that's not my testimony.
Because that's what you just said.
No, it's not what I
It
just
is
said.
what it is. Doesn't matter that she called first.
What's your question, sir?
So is it your belief that I called Ms. Vasquez and all the other students that all parroted tall and thin, which John is not? Is it your belief that that was me calling all these people?
I did not testify to the fact that it is you calling all those people. Multiple people called Bushido, and I would have been speaking with
So
somebody.
it's your testimony that out of the blue, I called Ms. Vasquez on the 6th just to coach her. That's your testimony. Out of the blue, I decided to coach her on the 6th of May. That's your testimony?
At the time of writing the hearing book, and which was based on the statements that I had received, which resulted in the 2 allegations being put against you. Well, I'm still talking.
Okay.
So it was my belief at that time, it appeared that you called her to say the class is under audit. I don't know who else you spoke with, if you spoke with anybody else. I didn't speak with anybody else who said that you did. And it came out as...
Question, why in the heck would I call Ms. Ames Vasquez, a person I have no clue even existed, didn't have her number? Why in the heck would I call her just to tell her stuff that apparently you think I told other people because you wrote you put it all together like, you know, everybody said tall and thin, everybody said tall and thin. I understand, you know, I understand when I see stuff. So why would I call Ms. Vasquez? That's my question. Why Ms. Vasquez? Who is she to me that I would call her? Why would I need to call her?
At the time, and we're going back to May of 2022.
What do you believe now? Forget about at the time. What do you believe now?
I've already answered that. I believe now that you were calling her back.
But, okay, so now after you've seen the paperwork that I've submitted in other venues, you can now retract what you initially were saying. Good, I understand that. My question that you still haven't answered is, now you know I was calling her back. So you would concede that I wouldn't call Ms. Vasquez if she didn't call me, or Bushido, or whatever you want to say. Would I be calling Ms. Vasquez?
The only thing I can concede is that you were calling her back.
And I'm calling her back because she called me.
I believe we've established that.
Mr. Archibald, can you
Many
please
times.
move to your next?
Okay. Let's move. But you still have the same opinion of me that I'm an immoral person incapable of being an instructor, because not during a class, on May 6th, I returned a call to say, oh, yeah, say John, tall and thin. John's not thin, he's not tall. And I'm 6'3", by the way. So to me, John will never be tall and thin.
All right,
Ridiculous.
you're testifying again. You'll have your.
Okay,
let's
my
stick to the
apologies.
questions for
Not
Mr.
an
Griffin.
attorney. I'm sorry. My
I know, we're
apologies.
trying to give you some
Okay.
leeway here, but we're also
Okay.
trying to.
I just can't, because I'm trying to get out of Mr. Griffin.
We're gonna have to pause for just one moment. We're gonna have to take a short break.
Yeah, good idea.
Can we stop?
Could I ask a question, sir? I don't think you're overly helping yourself by going on and on and on about Ms. Vasquez. Why don't we just forget about Ms. Vasquez for a minute and go on to something else other than Ms.
Ms.
Vasquez?
Vasquez is the reason why my license is suspended. Ms. Vasquez is the one who told Mr. Griffin I called her to coach her, not revealing that she called me. I was calling her. I don't know her.
Okay,
That's why it's only the crux. Again, there was nothing against me. So Ms. Vasquez said I called her on 2 occasions. I called her 1 occasion, not 2 occasions. I called her once. Someone else called her the second time, but that's not relevant now. So it's only about Ms. Vasquez and the truthfulness of Ms. Vasquez and the motivation of Ms. Vasquez, because I smell a rat. I smell a rat, and I'm going to show there's a rat.
All things considered, though, if the issue is Ms. Vasquez and you're asking Mr. Griffin to speak to her character, he won't be able to answer those questions.
Well, he based his investigation on the truthfulness of Ms. Vasquez's statements. His whole, I don't work for Bushido, never worked for Bushido. Bushido is not I Spy security. We have 0 connections. The whole thing against me is Ms. Vasquez said I called her to coach her about Bushido. That's why it's all Ms. Vasquez,
So that
because he
being,
believes everything she said. Everything she said,
that might be a stretch. That might be a stretch.
that's what he said. That's what he testified. Said he believed she was being truthful.
All right, so well, given that, I think we can. I think if that is the point you're trying to make, let's move forward from there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess if we-
So why don't we do this? In respect for people's time, because I don't like to waste people's time. Why don't I give my testimony? Why I give my testimony?
So you have no additional questions of Mr. Griffin?
Yeah.
So, but I do then have the opportunity to follow up with him briefly.
Yeah, sure.
I just have a couple of things. Mr. Griffin, is it a common practice that after you speak with an individual as part of an audit, that you would ask them to reduce the conversation to an email or writing?
I asked, sometimes I ask them to do that, other times we'll just do a memo to file. It depends upon if I have something where I'm going to be wanting to ask follow-up questions, I will then ask them for a statement, or if it's the original complaint, I will ask them for an email.
Okay, and
Sometimes we just do memos to file.
with respect to Ms. Vasquez, when you initially spoke to her, were you aware of her association with another security guard school?
Yes.
Okay. And just kind of for the housekeeping for the record here, the documents contained in Exhibit 8 are are those documents, have they been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Other than the redactions?
Correct.
Okay, and those are the emails that you received from Ms. Vasquez? And is it part of your regular course of business to maintain these emails as part of the audit file?
Yes.
Mr. Archibald, do you have any objection to these being admitted as part of the record?
No.
Okay, thank you. Also, we have Mr. Griffin, did you, is that my folder or your folder? Ah, here it is. The document you spoke of earlier with the business cards and phone numbers on them, is that something you received from Ms. Vasquez?
That is something I received. That was from the director of the school that she works for.
Okay, and do you recall the name of that school?
It's Radiant Security Training.
Okay. And the director provided you with that?
The director provided me with the receipt, the business cards, and a copy of the certificate, and that was at 11 a.m. on the 14th. At which point I expressed, I said, great, but I need firsthand information, so if the person who did this would like to make a complaint, they are welcome to do so.
Okay. And when you conduct your audits, is it common for people not to return your phone calls?
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Does the state have anything else?
No, thank you.
That being the case, Mr. Archibald, you can present your information.
Okay, again, I'm not an attorney, so how I present my case is going to be a little disjointed. I know it's not a court of law, but I'm here to tell the truth and tell the real side of the story. I have no agenda other than to clear my name. My name is Joseph Archibald. I've been a trainer. I was with the Department of Corrections since 1987. I was a union delegate at 3 ranks. I was an instructor. If you look at I Spy investigations under Google, you'll see that we have a very high rating, and no one in the Google says, oh, you don't have to sit in the class. Because like I told you before, John loves to teach, and I like to teach. I like to perform. I have no issue with that. The fact that this man who admitted knows nothing about me, nothing, zero, less than zero about me, can make the allegation that I lack integrity is insulting on multiple levels. I've known of Matt Griffin for many, many, many years, in spite of the fact he'll sit there and pretend he just heard about me when Ames Vasquez called about me. Because I have emails from him from 2016 at 7 in the morning asking me questions about how I run my business. 7 in the morning. Does he have the right to, he doesn't have flex hours. I have all of the job duties that he's supposed to engage in. I have emails from him at 6:30 at night.
I'm going to object to this testimony as irrelevant.
It is relevant because the motivation of Matt Griffin is relevant to the fact that he could listen to the testimony of a person that I've never met, and it only makes sense to people who are not smart or corrupt to believe the trash that he put out. He wrote in his narrative
Can you,
that,
your volume?
okay, he wrote in his narrative that Bushido was an offshoot of iSpy. I have nothing to do with Bushido. Bushido was never registered to me. I never received a dime from Bushido. My company is iSpy Expert Investigations. He also wrote that I merged with A&M Security. I didn't merge with A&M Security, but he wrote that. So you read his narratives, and you have nothing to refute his narratives. You believe his narrative. And he wrote that Bushido split and turned into, A&M and iSpy came together and split and turned into Bushido. I'm not a math genius, but how do you get two companies to turn into one? That doesn't make any sense, but that's what he wrote. I was never partners with John Monaco. We were never financial partners with John Monaco. I didn't have ownership, partnership in Bushido. The business cards that were made, and there are multiple business cards, I didn't make those business cards. The owner of Bushido made those business cards because nobody would go to him because nobody knew him. I was sharing his office. If you go to the state record, which he has access to, and you see the address of iSpy Expert Investigations, it's the same exact office as Bushido because I was there rent-free. That was the deal I had with Bushido. I get to operate my private investigation business rent-free at Bushido. I didn't share revenue with Bushido. Then he puts in his documents that I was an active instructor for Bushido. The only reason why I was on Bushido's roster is because when John Monaco and Gene Johnson, the other two instructors, had a conflict, I would step in if I was available. I believe he has me on for 11 classes out of 468 classes. 468, he has me down for 11. Which if you do the math, that's about 2.3%. Does that make me an employee of Bushido? He's trying to establish all of these connections between me and Bushido. I used to be iSpy, I used to be A&M. That's all untrue. And you can look at it. You can go to the state records. I was never part of A&M. A&M didn't merge with me, iSpy. If you go in and do a Google search right now, you'll see A&M Security still exists. Never ceased to exist. So when he writes in his synopsis, in his narrative, that I was part of A&M, and we merged and we split and we became Bushido, that's all untrue. But you're required to suspend all the stuff that he says that he knows nothing about. On the 14th of April, when the class was being given in Bushido, I wasn't even in the country. I was in the Dominican Republic. He didn't have the decency to pick up the phone and call after knowing me since he's been in the unit to say, what's going on? What kind of human being is that? Didn't have the decency. Because I could explain it. On the 14th of April, Joseph Archibald was not even in the country. What do I care what the hell's going on in Bushido on the 14th? You know where I was on the 14th of April? And if you want, I'll show you my passport. I was in the Dominican Republic. My daughter was born April 5th of this year. I know I'm too old to be having kids, but whatever. My daughter was born April 5th. Do you think when my daughter was being born on April 5th, I'm sitting down thinking anything about Bushido?
Madam Chair. I think that Mr. Archibald has made his point about the 14th. I don't think that the allegation does not have anything to do with what he may or may not have done on the 14th. So I think we could just move forward from that.
But what I'm presenting in my case is that Matt Griffin spent copious amounts of time, copious. If you read all of his reports, he's trying to make all these connections, Bushido, Archie, Archie, Bushido, Bushido, Archie. First connection is that Bushido merged with A&M. Never happened. I mean, not Bushido, I'm sorry. I Spy. I'm I Spy Expert Investigations. I ran from 2013 to 2020, where I closed down. I wasn't shut down. I closed down voluntarily because everybody know what was going on in 2020. COVID. And 3 of my employees died, Frank Torino, Steve, and another guy. They died. And when they died, I couldn't bear to run a business where employees were dying. So I shut down. Voluntarily. Shut down. In good standing. When Matthew opened Bushido security training, Matthew Cochran, and he asked for my help, I'll help anybody. That's my reputation. I'll help anybody. No big deal. In exchange, I got office space. I got office space. I would never work for, no disrespect to Matthew Cochran, but I never worked for Matthew Cochran. I have my own business to run. I have my own stuff to run. If he was the investigator he claims to be, before he puts this in writing that I was part of Bushido, if you look up Bushido, if you go to the state records, it was registered by Matthew Cochran, not Joseph Archibald. If you go to the bank records, I never had a card from Bushido. I never took out money from Bushido. Go to the records. Owned by Matthew Cochran, sole person that owned Bushido. But if you look at all these reports, he's constantly trying to make connections between me and Bushido. I don't even remember the days I did the classes. I don't even know if I was there the days that I didn't schedule myself. The director scheduled when you did the class. I didn't put my name in a computer, say I'm teaching this class. I didn't do any of that. But he's trying to make all these connections. Archie, I Spy. And why would I do it? Why? Why would I do it? And I have a history of bad behavior. Matthew Griffin. I could show you the emails from Matthew Griffin asking me, oh, you know, you work 12 hours. I could never work 12 hours. That's you. I worked as a correctional officer. I worked 20 hours a day, 20, on my feet. How dare you compare you to me, because you're not me. Don't question my integrity. The day he gave the class to Matthew Cochran, a guy who's never run a school, he had an hour-and-a-half conversation on the phone with him, saying, oh, we can't do a video chat because my computer's wonky. It's a lie. Call a utility company. No problem with the internet in the area. I won't say where the area is. You know where the area is. No problem.
I'm not sure what this has to do with anything.
Well, it has to
honestly.
do with the integrity of the guy who's allowed to take my license. That's what it has to do. He's told many, many lies, many, many misstatements. Listen, he submitted an affidavit in Article 78 where he said he had no idea that John was white, that Matthew Cochran was Asian, and that I was black. Who the heck believes that ridiculousness? But when he was calling every student to find out who was teaching the class, he said, was he Asian? What percentage of Asian people are in the security industry? That you would say Asian if you had no inkling that Matthew Cochran was Asian. As a matter of fact, when he did the class with Matthew Cochran, he asked Matthew Cochran, what is the meaning of Bushido? And Matthew Cochran told, my father is French, my mother is Japanese. I did it in respect for my mother's heritage. He doesn't remember that. He also testified last meeting that he didn't have to really give Matthew Cochran orientation because it was only Matthew Cochran. And the fewer people you have, the less time it should take. He also testified, which is not true, that if you have a smaller class, I'll let you get away with 6 hours. Does he have that authority? If an 8-hour class is an 8-hour class. Does he have the authority to say that there's only 10 people in the class, so you can do it in 6, I'll let it slide? Who's he? And if you read every other investigation that he's done, you show me where he asked people, were they black, white, or Asian? You show me. And I have them all here because I got them in the Freedom of Information Act. When you were here last time, he hid the fact. He hid the fact that Ames Vasquez called me first. He hid it. In his email, he says, Ms. Vasquez, you sent me the redacted phone records, but I could still see the numbers. So I went ahead and I used some secret program to redact the information, which is just Adobe Pro. Anybody could redact using Adobe Pro, but he made it sound like there was some secret squirrel stuff. He hid it. The only reason why they're revealing now, because if you look at the package that you were given, if you go through your package, all your exhibits, when they initially gave the 24 exhibits, they purposely made sure that the phone call to Ms. Vasquez was prominently displayed. Prominently. I called her. I don't know Ms. Vasquez, never met Ms. Vasquez, never had anything to do with Ms. Vasquez, but you're told to believe, to suspend belief, that out of the blue, at 12:35 on the 6th of May, that I just called Ms. Vasquez. It's only now because I put in subpoenas and they know I know about Radiant Security and I know about Ms. Vasquez that they now reveal, oh yeah, we know you, she called you first. That's reflected in your pamphlets. Why change it now? Why give a testimony now? Because they didn't think I'd find out, but through the Freedom of Information Act, they forgot to redact that Elvis Polanco called him, and then he told Elvis, hey, listen, you can't give me that complaint, but your employer can. And he has the gumption to put in his report, he received an unsolicited complaint about Bushido. Not true. He received it from Elvis Polanco, who is a competitor of Bushido, and then he directed Elvis Polanco, saying, I can't take it from you, buddy, but you know what? I can take it from your worker. Who, by the way, is not his worker. She works for him. I haven't finished my investigation, but I have reason to believe that she's related to him. And she's already a security guard instructor. He's going to tell you he didn't know that she was a security guard instructor, and you're supposed to believe that. Radiant Security has 23 certified general topic instructors. Why in the hell would they come to Bushido? He knows that. He knows how many instructors Radiant Security has because he has to put them on and off the roster. He knows that. So she was stunned about going to a class that she never really needed. Miss Vasquez was never even, I looked at her LinkedIn account. If you look at her LinkedIn account, which I have here, she was never a security guard. So what the hell was she taking a security guard 8-hour annual for? And if that's her right to take an 8-hour annual, why the hell didn't she just go, all she had to do was go right to any one of the 23 other instructors in Radiant Security to get her certification? Why Bushido? Now, him as an investigator, I would always want to know the motivation of the person making the complaint. Always, to know what I'm getting to. He knew all of this, but he pushed forward. Then when they came on the 14th, because they came looking for me. That's what they really came looking for me. Didn't find me, didn't see me. made a whole bunch of misstatements. The paperwork I gave you a sheet that had Ms. Vasquez. She came in just before 7. She left a little bit after 8. So those meticulous notes that she wrote, the scanner says different. And I will present those to you. She came in, she got bad service, didn't actually speak to nobody. She ran out like her behind was on fire. And goes directly to Polanco. Polanco calls him directly. I don't even know how to get in touch with Matt Griffin. You ever call the state? I email him. I want to talk to him. I email him. Everybody's calling him like they're buddy. And why the heck would I call? Then he puts in all of his statements that everybody was saying John was tall and thin, and then he has Miss Vasquez right because he coached her. That's my belief. He coached her. Oh, make sure you put the part tall and thin, because there's multiple emails between him and Vasquez, and him and some other girl that's also part of it, Crystal De La Rosa, who shows up in the class with torn jeans, and she's appalled that she didn't sit in the class. That was to get John. But we're not supposed to know this. But he's got a picture of her taking pictures of all of her stuff. The date is wrong, but she doesn't correct the date. I go somewhere, the date is wrong on it. I tell somebody, listen, the date's wrong here. I'm not taking this. But she takes it. Who goes to a restaurant, the food is horrible, you don't ask to speak to the manager. You don't speak to the waiter. You don't speak to nobody. You go out right away, call the Board of Health. Who's expected to believe that? So this was shady from the beginning. Why would I call Ames Vasquez? I don't know her. She called me. Doesn't matter. He had the cards. She sent him the cards. Remember, when she left it, according to her time, 8:02, whatever, she left at 8:02. She ran and she was faxing and carrier pigeon stuff over to him. He had the cards. Told her to send everything. Everything you got, send it. If I'm doing an investigation and I got the business number card and I'm searching for when the business called the person, why the heck would I not search the business card numbers? But he didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know she called you. After I put in for the subpoenas, because when the subpoenas happen, he's not required to tell the truth. When he goes in the courtroom, he'll be required to tell the truth. Ames Vasquez will be required to tell the truth. Elvis Polanco will be required to tell the truth. Ms. De La Rosa will be required to tell the truth. Only after I'm in other venues, because I know I'm not going to get a fair shake here, strictly kangaroo. I know because of those subpoenas and because they now know that I know about Elvis Polanco, because if you look in your paperwork, when they submit the original complaints, Elvis Polanco's name is redacted. Elvis Polanco, in the original complaint, in the original package of the 24 exhibits, you don't see any mention of Elvis Polanco. Now here at this hearing now, they're talking about Elvis Polanco. Oh yeah, she did call you. He wasn't revealing that before. It's only because of other legal avenues that I'm engaged with, that they know that I know about Elvis Polanco and I know about Vasquez. I've been in the business since 2007. Never met, never spoke to, never had zero dealings with Ames Vasquez. Why in the hell would I call her? I don't know, from a hole in the wall. Who here calls a person that they don't know to tell them to commit an act of immoral behavior? I don't know her. But you're expected to believe that. And he insinuates, because he has no proof, by having Ames Vasquez put in her report that I said tell him that he was a tall and thin guy, tall and thin. And then he goes and he takes he says Gareth, he broke Gareth down and he broke Newman down. And there's another lady I had call him. He made sure he didn't mention that other lady because she was going crazy. Spanish lady, I forgot. And I told her, give him a call, because I know that lady for years and years and years and years. So when she had a problem, I said, call Matt Griffin. Got the number off the line. Oh, and I don't know if she got to him or I don't know if she didn't get to him, but I was telling people to call him. Send them emails. The director of the school sent them email. Hey, listen, you know, these classes haven't been done. We haven't had these classes processed. He held up classes for 3 months. 3 months. What's the excuse? What kind of person does that? What's in question here? So people are suspended and terminated, and their paperwork is not being processed because he's doing what? Who's that moral for? Who's he helping? And I have the emails from the people who emailed him to say what's going on. And if it's an 8-hour annual thing, why did you hold up the 8 and 16s? Why? Our 8 and 16s were the 8 and 16s were being done by there were a lot of them were programs like you know, people at risk, kids at risk, and stuff like that. And the directors sit in the classroom. Because when you do, Greystone was one of the places. Greystone. Dr. Jennings, head of Greystone, would sit in the classroom to see that the class is being taught right. Why did her students have to suffer?
Sir.
Why did her students have to suffer while he was doing an audit on an annual?
Do you have any information you'd like to share with us?
As far as what?
As far as anything aside
Okay, here,
from a narrative?
here, let me. This is the phone records, and I want you to make a note of my phone call pattern. This is the phone record that's not redacted or doctored, where it shows clearly that Ms. Vasquez called me, and I returned her phone call. And if you look at that phone call, you'll see that 95% of those calls were incoming.
Do you have an additional?
I'm sorry, Mr. Archibald, I know, but you are screaming at all of us.
Okay.
Please, I
Well, listen,
understand.
I don't like people lying.
I
don't like
understand that
people
you are
doing this.
passionate about this, but please.
Okay. You'll see, do I have another copy? That was your question, yeah? And also, can you take this also, because I just want you to see this here. Who was I calling on all these days? You see all those phone calls incoming. I wasn't calling anybody. You could see from the dates there, I wasn't calling anybody. Why the hell would I be calling Ms. Vasquez?
Sir.
It's in the Bible. Hell's in the Bible. It's not profanity.
In the context that you used it, might not have been appropriate.
Why the heck would I be calling Ms. Vasquez when I wasn't calling anybody? The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th.
Loud, you're being loud.
The 4th, the 5th, the 6th, or the 7th. That belies his reasoning that I was coaching people. Look, all incoming calls. No outgoing calls. All incoming calls. So who was I coaching? And the only time I called Ms. Vasquez is I called her when she called me and returned her calls. I did say he wasn't a cop. That I did say. Because, you know, frankly, when I spoke to Ms. Vasquez, I really didn't know what she was talking about. Because like I said, I wasn't even here April 15th, April 14th. I wasn't here. Watching enjoying my new daughter. How would I know what happened? How is it humanly possible for me to know what happened on April 14th?
Do you have any other information you'd like to share with us?
And if you look,
Is that a yes or no?
yes, I do.
Okay, can you please decide?
I'm trying to multitask here.
Okay, you can't tell us to look if you don't give it to us, sir.
The memorandum is part of the, your original discovery package. Memorandum of Matt Griffin, training associate technician.
What,
Do you know what page that is in your?
do you know what exhibit number it is?
Yeah.
That might be helpful.
But they have it in their package.
Is it, can you give us a little,
It's page,
which one?
oh no, I'm sorry.
which one, which memo? And then we can probably find the page number for everybody.
He wrote so many memos. He wrote memos and then he wrote memos to cover the memos he wrote once he knew I knew what was going on. Memorandum. It's page 35.
In the existing book?
Yeah, it's in the existing book. Yeah, this is part of the original one. Page 35. Page 35
That,
and 36.
exhibit 8.
And if you look at page 36, he wrote, Mr. Archibald was an active topic instructor in Bushido, January 14th to May 5th. Records show he was removed at the request of the director. Well, that's how everybody's removed, at the request of the director.
Why were
But-
you removed on May 5th?
Because I told him to take me off. I wasn't teaching for Bushido. Listen,
Did you say you were not a teacher, you were not an instructor for Bushido?
I taught 11 classes out of 468 classes.
So you were an
Which is
instructor. So yes, you were an instructor.
no, I was not a significant instructor with Bushido. 2.1% is a statistical zero
Did you
if you
teach
want
at
to
least
talk
one
about
class? Did you
mathematics.
teach at least one class? Did you
Yeah,
teach at least
but
one
it's
class?
still a
Okay.
statistical zero. That's an excuse to
Sorry,
say, that's
volume.
an excuse
Volume.
to say that I was taught. See, all of these little niceties to tie me to Bushido, I had nothing to, listen, I was semi-retired. I'm only here not because I want to teach. Who the heck am I teaching for? I wasn't really teaching for Bushido. I taught
Question.
2%
Sir,
of Bushido.
sir.
Yes.
Mr. Archibald, you said that you had space at Bushido that you used rent-free.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have a written agreement with Mr.?
No, I did not have a written agreement. I just didn't give him any money.
Did you have any documents that had that as your official business address?
Yes, I'm registered with the state. He knows that. He has
No.
access to it.
So you have documents with the state that list?
Yes. Yes. I-Spy Expert Investigations, 224 West 35th Street, 904. Insured and registered with New York State, which he knew.
And you previously stated that you didn't schedule the classes that you taught on behalf of Bushido. They scheduled the classes and told you when to start.
Whatever.
Correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then in the past, have you had any employees?
Yes.
And then have you ever had to differentiate between a 1099 and a W-2 employee?
I don't understand that question.
You know there's a difference if somebody works for you
Yes.
as a contractor versus somebody working for you as an employee.
Yes.
And one of the things that differentiates a W-2 from a 1099
Yes.
is that when somebody tells you you have to work, you're no longer a 1099. That's one of the things that make you an
Yeah,
employee.
but I think you're misunderstanding what I was saying.
Well, no, I'm not misunderstanding
Yeah.
because, hold on, you were very precise in saying that you didn't have any connection with Bushido. But you've just confirmed that you used their space, that your address is listed on state
It's the same,
documentation.
yes.
That you did do it more than one course, even if it was
Yes.
statistically
I understand where this is
insignificant.
going. I get it. You're doing your part.
So, no, I'm not doing my part.
I'm just trying to clarify because you're making very strong statements as to what connections you don't have
Correct.
and trying to, at the same time, brush over the connections that you do have.
Okay, but the connections I do have are minimal. I taught, listen, 2.3% of the classes of Bushido I'm down as teaching. 2%. Is that significant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
In
it
your opinion, that's significant because that's a
Hold on.
that's a subjective statement.
No.
And that's in your opinion.
No,
That's
let-
not significant if you teach 2% of the class and 98% of the class is taught by someone else.
Let me-
That's intellectual dishonesty.
No, it's not intellectual dishonesty.
Okay.
Let me clarify.
Okay.
Let me clarify,
Clarify.
because as it says here, you were listed as an instructor for Bushido.
Yes, because you had to be, in order to teach at Bushido, you had to be listed.
Okay, so that's a connection that Bushido made to you, to the state. That's a representation that Bushido
all
made
right.
to the state.
Okay.
And subsequently, any classes that you taught on behalf of Bushido, that's a distinction that you made, that you did have a connection. So that's not intellectual
I didn't
anything.
say, I never
Hold on,
said.
no, what you did
But
say,
you just-
hold on, what you did say is that Mr. Griffin is trying to make connections that don't exist.
Correct. He
When-
said I was part of A&M and that A&M, then A&M and I-SPY merged and became Bushido.
We're not talking about A&M.
Huh?
We're talking about.
But
Hold on.
listen, I'm presenting my case my way based on the evidence that he provided,
Lower your volume.
okay? So
Okay, and-
yes, we are gonna talk about what he
Lower
presented
your
as
volume.
evidence.
Lower your volume. So you're presenting your case, but I'm just trying to clarify based on what you said, what's what. Do you have any other information that you'd like to share with us, documentation?
I have
that
to look
will-
through a few more, but I'm sure I do.
Can we please
I'm
move
sure I
forward with
do.
the documentation?
2% is significant. That's ridiculous. I'd be embarrassed to say that.
Okay, you should be embarrassed.
I didn't say me, I said you.
No, you should be embarrassed, sir.
I know what your job is.
Yeah, you do?
I know what your job is.
Okay. My job is
Do it
to make,
well.
my job is to make sure that we move forward, and
well.
we're not doing that if you want to.
2% is significant.
All right,
in your-
then I think,
Stop this.
I think it's time to move forward.
Yes.
Only after they found out that I gave out subpoenas for him to testify, Ames Vasquez to testify, Polanco to testify, all of a sudden, new revelations of their case against me came
What
to be.
documentation do you have, sir, please?
I'm talking now.
No, can you please get the
I'm going to take
documentation?
my time to present my case. Is that okay, Chairman? Lady Chairman?
Can you please get the documentation?
Okay, when I finish talking, I will present the documents.
Please get the
I would
document.
like the
Please get-
council to
please
listen to
get
me
the
when I'm talking and not
documentation
review,
first.
and not to review documents. So he said I was part of A&M, which merged with I-SPY. Not true. He submitted an affidavit to the state, which said I never requested a hearing. Our lawyer submitted a letter to the state for a hearing on October the 16th to the commissioner. He wrote in his affidavit, which I believe was sometime in October or November, that we weren't being given a hearing because we didn't ask for a hearing. Because he never wanted what he did to have to stand up to scrutiny. So in his affidavit to the state,
We just clarify, you're saying our. Is this Bushido or is this you? Who's our?
the action was done as a group. So when I say our, the action that he took was as a group, so I'm referring to our
The
because.
lawyer was Bushido's lawyer.
No, the lawyer was a lawyer from a organization, and he took on the case and he put us all together in one case.
Who was the lawyer representing?
And he did an Article 78 on our
Right.
behalf.
I'm familiar.
And so when I say our, I'm talking about everybody that was involved in the case.
So we're talking about Matthew Cochran, John Monaco,
Correct.
and yourself.
Correct,
So our is referring to.
correct.
Okay.
That group, the group of litigants, I
Okay.
guess that's what you would call it, group of litigants. And only now they're revealing, because you can go through the 24 exhibits in your book, nice binding book, and you'll see that they're changing the testimony. Anytime I defend myself, the goalpost is being moved. Every time.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What's the address of I Spy Expert Investigations?
224 West 35th Street, room 904.
How many security guards do you have working for you?
No, I'm a private investigator. I was only doing private investigations. I wasn't doing anything to do with security.
Okay,
Nothing whatsoever.
okay. Because I was just checking Department of State website. Okay,
Okay, did you find?
yep.
Okay.
Ms. Arletta, was your question significant?
Yeah, that's
Answer.
sufficient, thank
You
you.
can check the veracity, anything I tell you. And I'm not gonna tell you I forgot. I'm not gonna say that I submitted an affidavit with lies in it and blame my lawyer. Because his response to lying in the affidavit in the Article 78 was to have the lawyer cover for him. Oh, he didn't know that you requested a hearing. It's December already. What are you talking about? We were suspended in October. We were suspended in October. And if I'm gonna write an affidavit and swear and give sworn testimony to something, who in the heck doesn't check the facts before they submit it?
Madam Chair, I just want to put forth that this testimony about what happened subsequent to the notice is kind of outside the scope of this hearing. I would also put forth that that matter has been resolved, given that the hearing has been granted and one of the hearings has already taken place. And we are here today to do that. And the matter was withdrawn from the court after the hearing was granted. So just so the record is.
My objection, Counselor, is the fact that new facts are being introduced.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is you are.
The benefit of knowing that I knew about Ms. Ames Vasquez, Mr. Elvis Polanco, all which is redacted in your books. I didn't object to you adding new information. I didn't object to it, but I want to tell because I know that they didn't change what's contained in the books. But what I'm saying,
I think this point has been made, and we're.
And then just for clarification, this is a separate hearing than what we previously met about. And some of the individuals who are here today were not here at the previous meeting. You can squint your eyes, it's fact.
okay. Maybe you.
Maybe.
You. The lady in the back. And the gentleman who's covering his face with possibly him. Everybody else was here.
All right, I just wanted to clarify that that is not, my objection would be that that is not, I understand the point that you have made and are trying to make, but the details of that are not relevant to what the council is being asked to consider today.
I got you. I understand. In the interest of time, I'm trying to go through the other materials that I wish the council to consider, so I don't have to continue to ramble on.
Do you put everything together? and give some briefing, or- No?
here.
About 5 minutes.
Do you need a few minutes, Mr. Archibald?
No, I think, because I'm just about done here. I'm just looking for these suspension letters that you have in your book. Do you know where the
I
suspension
think
letters
they're
are?
towards the back. Exhibit 24. So that would be page,
Starting at 128?
Exhibit 24?
Page 128.
128.
Yeah. Okay, 128. What I will tell you is that the original target of the audit was me. That's my belief. I was the original target. Matt Griffin was looking for me. He wasn't looking for Bushido, wasn't looking for John Monaco. They were just collateral damage, so to speak. He's looking for me. Like I said, I have a history with Matt Griffin where he questions me at 6:30 at night, at 7:30 in the morning. He's writing me emails. And I believe Matt Griffin has a problem. And he's not the right person to lead any group anywhere. So if you look at my suspension letter, because, you know, the state will keep arguing that I'm going beyond the scope, and every time I make or give a defense of myself, they move the bar. They move the bar. So the suspension letter of me, and I'm assuming, because I don't know, that Matt Griffin formulates all of these letters. I'm assuming, I don't know for sure. I don't know if he has a ghostwriter, a secretary, I don't know.
I think that it's irrelevant for him to assume who writes the letter.
It's relevant
Author
in as
issues
much,
letter.
it's relevant in as much that I'm claiming Matt Griffin has a bias. And if someone else is writing his things, then he couldn't have a bias because he's not writing it. Because I can show you the different styles of when he addresses me and when he addresses other people. It's just a complete different style. And he goes above and beyond.
That's not what you're showing us now, though. You're referring to this letter. Please.
Yeah, well, the letter here, okay, the first charge against me, right? 6029-3, minimum requirements for security guard instructor. Each applicant requested security guard application shall possess standards of good character, integrity, and trustworthiness. So I don't know if it's just testimony. First of all, I'm not an applicant. That's not even up for debate that I'm an applicant to be a security guard instructor. I'm just factually not. I was an instructor and I had my instructor certification removed.
Just for clarification, is this not the code? This is not the regulation?
No, because he changed it to try to suit his thing. He changed it. That's another thing he does with impunity.
Are you referring to the second paragraph?
6029.3.
129, page 129.
Page 129, underneath where it says 6029.3, item A, each applicant requesting a security guard.
Yes.
That's out of the regulations.
No,
You're saying
I
you're
know
not
it-
an applicant.
The regulation refers to people applying to become security guard instructors. At the time of my suspension, I was not applying to become a security guard instructor. It's referring to people and what they must have in order to apply and submit an application to become a security guard instructor. Do you understand what I'm saying, or am I being too confused?
No, I understand what you're trying to say, but
No, what I'm saying, not what I'm trying to say. It
You're
says
saying-
applicant. Am I an applicant? You define me as an applicant?
No, this is a reference to the regulations as a foundation for what follows. Is that not correct?
The letter references 60293 and then gives the title, and then it does not list the whole regulation.
So why don't we take a look at the whole regulation?
What?
The whole regulation didn't help him in the beginning, that's why he didn't put it. He extracted sections that he thought he can sort of jerry-rig to fit me, and it doesn't. So if you want, we could look at the whole regulation, and you can see none of it.
But that same text is on page 131. At the very top of page 131, from Mr. Monaco's letter.
Yes.
So you're saying that he's targeting you specifically, and what you said was he used different language if it's him writing the letter.
No, that's.
Did you not say that?
No, you're misunderstanding what
But did
I'm
you not say
saying.
that?
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Can I just tell you something, sir? These regulations were formulated prior to Matt Griffin even working for the department. There are only two people on this committee, on this council. There were two people who were here and involved in the writing of that. That's Bruce Holm and me, David Zelton. We are the only two people who were even here. Okay?
Okay.
And that is long prior to Matt Griffin and council having anything to do with the department.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is Matt Griffin is misapplying a violation of a rule that does not pertain to me because I do not fit within the category for which that rule was written. I am not and have not been an applicant. If my certification for teaching had expired and then I reapplied and I became an applicant, then that rule would apply. I'm applying for a certification, and in his opinion, I don't have the integrity to be a security guard instructor, so he's not going to give it to me. But at the moment that he applied that rule, I am not an applicant, period. I am a current security guard general topic instructor.
I read it differently. I read that a security guard instructor certification shall always possess standards of good character, whatever, after you apply.
Okay,
I would interpret that.
okay.
Which is the
what it was
position of
intended
the
to be.
division, that those standards do not, you must meet them as an applicant
In
and while you are
preparation.
certified.
Okay,
Yeah, sure, I'll help you. What do you want?
what are you referring to?
I'm reading-
60293.
Each applicant requesting security guard instructor certification shall possess standards of good character, integrity, just what you're arguing, and trustworthiness. I read it that's what you needed to get in and maintain.
That is correct, sir. That is what it was.
No,
Well, I'm not saying you don't have that or not. I'm just telling you.
let me ask you this question. Of all the hearings, and I guess this would probably go to you, you've probably been here the longest.
Bruce and I have both been here the same time.
Okay, fine. How many people have come for hearings? What's the percentage of people come for hearings and been found not guilty?
I don't, that's not appropriate. You're here,
Just a question.
Nobody's guilty.
yeah, that's not what we're doing here, but also it's not appropriate for you to question the council.
Okay. And I understand there's a reason that you don't want them to answer.
The council is not a witness in this proceeding,
No,
so they don't answer questions.
I was
We're just trying to help you move along.
No,
Or not in violation.
Exactly.
trust me, Mrs. Oaks, I want you to
Yeah,
leave.
there's quite a few.
But when you question my integrity with ridiculous
The council's
accusations.
not questioning
We're not questioning your integrity.
No, when I
we are
say
not.
you, I'm talking, what?
Not us.
Maybe, am I from the Bronx? I mean, when I say this person, Mr. Griffin, the investigator,
when he tells you, when he comes here and he gives testimony, that I behaved without integrity and called a woman that I don't know, never seen, have no knowledge of, have no reason for calling, wasn't here when the class was done, never spoke to her before or after, that I call her for the purpose of telling her to say certain things. It's such a stretch beyond belief. I don't know how to express my frustration that you have no option other than to, because when all you guys come in here, you all agree, hey, man, how you doing, man. You know, I already know that what this is. I'm just putting this on the record for other venues. I'm not going to get a fair shake here. I know that 100%. I can just tell by the line of questioning and the intellectual dishonesty that I'm facing.
Mr. Archibald,
with questions.
You have made this point repeatedly today. Your message has been received, I think, by everyone. Please move forward.
Can we clarify what the point is? So you, on this, you just want to state that you're not an applicant, and the letter says you're an applicant, and you want to just clarify that?
I'm not an applicant.
Okay.
Right.
Is there, well, what's the next point that you're looking to make there? Sorry, Jessica. Right.
And the phone records that I get, is everyone done with those phone records?
Yeah, I have no objection to these phone records.
Can I?
Oh, you want them back?
Yes, if I can, if I may. I would come to get them.
No? Does he have to
I'm a
admit them, or?
I'm a
You
gentleman.
don't want to
So you don't want them admitted as evidence?
submit
Oh,
it?
yeah, oh, okay, yeah, submit them as evidence, yeah. And I want you to,
Careful.
with the phone records, I need you to examine my pattern of phone calls, and I purposely included a spectrum of days so that you can see that during those spectrum of days, I wasn't calling anybody. Okay, we got that before. We heard you. But this is what, forgive me, it's so ridiculous. I don't know Ms. Vasquez. Who the hell, why would I?
Again, you've established that. No one's arguing any different.
And
What information do you have next, sir?
it's got to be some other reason. Move. And you know, it's funny because I'm thinking to myself, and I have to share this with you guys. I really don't because I'm a private person, but I have to share this with you. I've been out of the country most of the year. If I show you my passport, I spend most of my time traveling, not hanging around Bushido and hanging around the United States. I'm out, I travel almost every month and a half, 3 months maybe. I'm here and then I'm gone for almost a considerable amount of time. So to be connected with an agency that works 5 or 6 days a week and to do 2.3% allegedly, that I don't even know how many classes I did. I thought I did maybe 6 in my head. Just like he thought he only had 4 conversations with Ames Vasquez, and he's had copious amounts of emails and conversations with Ames Vasquez. Bear with me. Records.
I'd like to see anything that shows.
Mr. Archibald, I'm going to give you a few more minutes to find your next.
Okay, I
client.
have a document I want you to examine here.
Okay. We're going
Yeah.
to take a quick break,
Okay, that's
and we're
fine.
going to break until 2.
That's fine.
It's now 1:45.
So this you'll examine.
You gotta get them to move on past that one. Huh?
No sandwich or anything?
No, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Okay.
You okay?
You okay, Dave?
That's all right. Just a question. The mics are off, right? Yeah. Aren't they, they're accusing him of more.
Mr. Archibald?
Okay, at your suggestion, Madam Chair, I did pull out some things here. And, Mr. Ventura,
Yes, sir.
I don't know what you were reading from, but I want to put into evidence the code as written from Westlaw. And I just didn't find what you were talking about. And I just want you to be mindful that this is not this. And this all pertains.
This is the letter. It's your suspension letter.
Yes.
This is what you
And,
found.
and this is the actual code, and all of this pertains to applicants, not people who are currently. And I don't know where you're getting your information
From the documents.
Well, like, it is my claim that the evidence presented is not the true, representation of the law or policy that we're following. That's why I'm presenting my own.
So this is 6029.7, and we're talking about 6029.3.
Yeah, it's here,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's here.
All right, there you go.
And I connected
Okay,
both
got it.
because neither one of them pertains to me.
Okay.
Point 3 pertains to applicants. They can cut and paste any way they want to. Doesn't pertain to me. I'm not an applicant. At the time that it happened, I wasn't an applicant. And the second one pertains to felons, misdemeanors, or people who do things while teaching a class. So if I'm in a class and I do something silly in the class, then that pertains to me.
Join the club.
No.
It's my belief that the commissioner can't decide I'm immoral because I spay my puppy and she believes that puppies should have babies. You can't be suspended for anything the commissioner deems immoral. They'll disagree, but that just doesn't make any sense. If I put a post, I voted for Trump in 2016, if she's a Democrat and she find out if I voted for Trump in 2016, is she gonna suspend my license? Does she consider me immoral?
Well, I hope not.
So it's my contention, it's my contention that she can't just suspend you for anything she thinks is immoral. I jaywalk, oh, that brings the credit to the department, you're suspended. And they will concede that at the time of the phone call, I wasn't representing, at the time of the phone call, I wasn't teaching a class. And I categorically deny that I said, I categorically denied that I said what Ms. Ames Vasquez said I said, and Ms. Ames Vasquez taped the conversation. Taped the conversation. The whole reason for her calling me was to tell me to call her back.
How do you know that?
I have other venues that, because they're being sued for tortious interference. So at this time, I won't. Because I have a bigger fish.
There's no evidence before the council at this time of any recording. Are you presenting any?
I asked him if he was aware of it, and he said no, and that's fine. But my testimony is I have it on good authority that Ms. Ames Vasquez taped the conversation.
But we do not have a tape. You don't have a tape to
I do
present?
not have the tape.
We do not.
And I would love to play the tape, but I'd rather play the tape in court. It makes, I have nothing to gain here, but a lot to gain in other venues. Because it makes no sense that she would call me and tell me to call her back. And I categorically denied that I told her to say, you're there for 8 hours, Jamanako, tall and thin, all the things I don't believe. And like I said, I just passed him, he's reviewing a document, and I have another document.
We're passing it down. You can share the next
Okay.
document.
Mr. Pierce.
But what we're, 'cause part of it's the letter, right? And then what you looked up in terms of the code. So what you're saying is, because it wasn't an application, that's not relevant anymore to possess standards of good character, integrity, and trustworthiness.
And if you're relying on the exhibits as a basis for your determination, it is my contention that the exhibits are not the actual policy, which I gave you the actual policy, not cut and paste by whoever cut and paste to make it look like it fit me. I'm not an applicant. That's not a difficult concept.
The cut and paste is on the evidence, or are we talking about the letter? Which
The
is
cut and paste is on the original evidence that you received from the state. It's part of the
this
exhibit.
binder?
Yeah, and so when Mr. Ventura?
Yes.
I can't see.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's my eyesight. That
No, it's fine.
doesn't help.
It's cool.
When Mr. Ventura was making a reference to something, whoever prepared the evidence intentionally prepared it in a way to make it look like it was saying something that it's not saying. That's why I submitted to you the Westlaw version of the actual policy.
So, since you're asking, so the Westlaw version doesn't say that a security guard instructor must possess standards of good character, integrity, and trustworthiness?
Not in the context that it was presented to you.
Okay. I
You know,
understand. I understand where you're coming from.
Everything is contextual. And the problem that I have with the evidence that they're presenting is contextually, it's wrong. Even if you go to the second part, where they're talking about if a security guard instructor commits a felony or misdemeanor, I'm not a criminal. And, sorry, I'm not a criminal. I'm not a convicted felon or misdemeanor, or I haven't done anything during the course of a security guard training class that would have the commission to think I was not fit to be an instructor. It was the allegation of a phone call that did not happen the way she claimed it happened, and coming from the person that it came from, it's my testimony that Mr. Griffin should have taken a pause, because it's quite evident that it doesn't pass the smell test. You have a person from a competing school that calls you and makes a claim and then you tell that person, well, I can't take it from you, wink, wink. I can take it directly from them, wink, wink. And then that person has multiple phone calls, emails, communication with you. And because it's all in your book, when you read the book, you'll see that, you know, at one point he says, hey, I don't want to be Columbo, but can you add this or that, or could you say this or that, or can you give me more of this? And all of these are very, they're really strained ways of trying to bolster something that has no basis.
Do you have any
Yes.
other information or documentation you'd like to share with us today?
I would just like, I have no objection to the regulations coming in. I do feel the council is bound to go by the regulations and their interpretation of the regulations anyway. So, I mean, I don't object to that coming in as evidence, but I believe that they, as part of their duty, as kind of the finder here of assessing the testimony, they're bound to use the regulations as their guide already.
That's fine, but I don't
So
see
you made
anybody-
your legal argument
Yeah,
about how you think they
But I
apply or don't apply, but
Okay, but
So-
I didn't see, I just made it easier for the council, because
So I
I
don't-
presented it to them, now they have it, now they don't have to look for it.
object to them coming in.
Okay.
Because I think they already are aware of them and that's their job.
It's not that, you're an attorney, and even an attorney would have difficulty, I think, in citing both of those without referring to it. Am I wrong? So I gave them the copy to refer to.
I said I don't object to it coming in.
Then we're in agreement. Now, they're very small, and I tried my best to blow them up, but the person with the best eye can think. She came in at 6:57 a.m. 6:57 a.m. And she was scanned out at 7:58. So that's 1 hour and 2 minutes. Now, all ID cards of all the students are scanned for this exact purpose. And this is a different scanner than this, because this scanner reads all the metadata, or the data on the back. This one, the state ID, doesn't read with this scanner, so you have to scan them differently. But she, on this day, couldn't find her security license, so first she submitted this, and then when she found this, she came back and said, here you go. That's why you have two different scans, but it has this one
It
here.
says your notes on it. You want to?
Yeah, that's fine.
This? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Because I smelled a rat when I read her report, and she said in her report, I came at 7:57. I did my paperwork at 7:59, and at 8:02, I left. I can't write my name in. I can't fill out a form, and I mean, for me, it's mind-boggling that someone came and that's their claim, that they were there. And then it was cleaned up. See, and Mr. Griffin, being an investigator, when he looked at it and it had the precise times, who does that? What normal person does that? So he said this. He said, you know what? That sounds too precise. That looks too suspicious. So I'm not going to say what she said, which she came in at 7:57 and she left it, filled the paper out for 2 minutes and left at 8:02. He said, I'm not going to say it. He says he couches it. Oh, she was there for about 10 minutes. So he actually gave a couple more minutes grace than what she claimed, because he knew.
I'm going to object to this. I think it's appropriate to say that that maybe things were different, but not appropriate to speculate on what Mr. Griffin was thinking when he wrote his report.
Well, I mean, Mr. Griffin, report is part of the,
Yes, however, so you can say, this is what Mr. Griffin's report says, and this is what she said in her email. You can point out that as the factual difference, but
okay, well,
you
that's.
cannot say
that's
what
the
he was
factual
thinking.
difference. Mr. Griffin, in his summary, in the evidence, said it was about 10 minutes. However, in her email, she gave a detailed timeline of what she allegedly did. And I'm speculating that the reason why Mr. Griffin changed the wording of what she said, because he just could have just cited what she said. She said she was there 7:57, she was there, could have cited it. That's what she said, that's her direct testimony. But he changed it because in my experience as an investigator, when you want to give something a different look, you use the different words. So, but the documents I just submitted to you of the scanned ID cards, they show a different time frame. They show that she came just about 7 and she left just about 8. That is a little more than 10 minutes.
Do you have any other documentation you'd like to share?
Ms. Vasquez, being a certified general topic instructor, did not need to come to Bushido to do training. And if you look on her LinkedIn, I have her LinkedIn profile. She's never worked as a security guard from the beginning of her career to the end of her career. Never worked as a security guard.
How is that relevant?
It's relevant, it's to the motivation of her to lie. She came, in other words, I'm gonna explain it to you. She had a motivation to come to Bushido to lie because she worked for the competition of Bushido.
I don't have on my LinkedIn profile that I've worked as a security guard.
Yes,
Does that
but
give me the motivation to lie?
Ms. Johnson, you're from a well-known legacy security guard company. You cannot compare yourself to Radiant Security. Elvis Polanco and you are two different people.
But please help us to understand the relevance behind, hold on, behind her not having it on her LinkedIn profile, what that has to do with the hearing that's before us today.
Okay, well, the relevance of that is very simple. When she came and she wrote, in other words, if I were an investigator and the person came to me with a complaint, I would have to check the veracity of that complaint and why they were making that complaint.
And you said that several times. My question is, just because she doesn't have something on her LinkedIn profile, what bearing does that have on the regulations?
That speaks to her motivation. She didn't need the certificate, so why is she coming in for a certificate? That just shows more of a motivation that she came there with a purpose to make an accusation.
Do you have any other documentation you'd like to share with us?
I just want to, before we move on to the next piece, I would object to these documents coming in. There's no indication of where they come from, how they were created, who monitors the system, whether the time was correct, whether these documents are the actual documents that were submitted. So I just don't think we have enough information about this for it to be used as relevant evidence.
They won't say, she's going to have to admit how much groundwork has to be related in the end. Because if he needs it, he fails it.
Okay, That's, listen,
If I could just, I think we need to have a ruling as to whether or not it's going to come in or not. I don't mean to be.
That's fine.
So I would dare say if we're going to accept the first one, that they're all from the same system. They appear to be from the same system.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would object to all of them coming in, understanding that this is not, these are not being held to the standard of evidence that, maybe in a courtroom trial, but I just don't believe there's a proper foundation, there's a proper understanding of where these documents come from, who created them, how they come about, what's their purpose as a record. Kind of in the alternative, obviously the council's already seen them. I would just submit that be taken into consideration when evaluating the weight of their value, is that we don't have a lot of information about
What's the
them.
name of the system that you use?
Veriscan, yeah. Veriscan, yeah. I could answer almost any question about Veriscan. I've used it, and I've been using it for a very long time, and it's a way of monitoring. Sometimes people will come in and say, I was here the 5th, and I want a refund. And that's actually the beginning of scanning, because people would come in and make claims that weren't true. And I would be able to go back to the Veriscan system and tell you exactly. And that's, by the way, is how I know that Ms. Vasquez was never I don't know her, because I was able to look through the Veriscan system and look through my records and never see it.
Who owns that Veriscan system?
Well, Bushido owned that particular Veriscan system, but I had my own Veriscan system.
At that office as well?
No. I have my own Veriscan system. I still have the old records of my Veriscan system. I could always look through my
So
old
the
records.
examples you were giving, though, were when you were going through
No, that was from
Bushido's?
Bushido, yeah. That was from Bushido.
And the examples that you were just discussing right now with your expertise with Veriscan was using Bushido's or using your own?
I used Bushido to find her, and then I checked to see if she came into Bushido, and then I looked in my old computer. I used to have an old computer there where I can go and check a person and see if they were ever a customer mine. So I could see if you were a Bushido customer, I could check all the dates that Bushido scanned, and then I could go and check my Veriscan and see if she was a customer of mine. And since 2013, I believe I opened up iSpy, till today, never scanned, well, no, I started scanning, I think I started scanning around 2017. I think that's when I started scanning.
To Ms. Glavin's point, though, on the second document that you shared, it has the last access time as like 12-something a.m. And since you know that more than likely she was not in the building at 12 in the morning.
No, access time mean I looked her up. So that was the time I looked her up. The information that it has on there.
You looked her up at 12:50 something in the morning?
Yes, yes. That's the last time I looked her up, yes.
So the first document that was submitted would corroborate with what time she says she got there, which was a little bit before 8. She said she was directed to an empty room and stayed and filled out several forms, which could have been, 50 minutes. I think the first document is fine. I think that the question is, just the second one creates the confusion at the time you access the system to go in and look at it.
Yeah.
So maybe we can admit the first, but just not the second.
But access time only speaks to when that information is being viewed. That's all access time. Access time does not speak to the person. It speaks to the person operating the system of what time they access.
So I think we're clear, the council's clear on that. She got there at 7:56, she left at a little before 8.
And when he said, when Mr. Griffin had said he knew absolutely nothing about me, he doesn't know anything about me. I very often was in the office at all hours of the night for various reasons. I'm a private investigator. My business is private investigations. So if I have something that is time sensitive, I'm gonna be in the office at any time that it needs to be in the office to do the work that needs to be done. Like I was telling Mr. Zeldin, I'm a retired CO. I'm used to 20 out in the 80s, not now, but I'm used to work 18, 20-hour days, no question, 4 or 5 days. That's the life.
Do you have any additional documents you want to see?
I came here, yes. I came here last night because that's how I am. I came here yesterday. I could have driven 2.5 hours from the Bronx. I didn't. I drove, took the train, rented a hotel, looked over my materials, and I came here. Who else here would have done that? Probably nobody. But that's...
Can we move on, please?
Okay, so Mr. Griffin has given testimony about all his expertise as an investigator.
This is the LinkedIn?
No, this is not the LinkedIn. This is the state jobs, senior training technician. This is the job duties of what Mr. Griffin should be doing, as opposed to what he is doing.
Are we accepting this?
I don't have any objection to the LinkedIn or to the job description. I don't see it as relevant, but I don't object.
The relevance is that he spent a lot of time focused on me when he should have been focused on what his job duties are. Because he doesn't,
ask the council to disregard that information. That is not appropriate for Mr. Archibald to speculate on what Mr. Griffin is doing.
I just looked up his job duties.
Right, and I don't object to.
Okay, so you don't object to me looking up his job duties?
I just want to say one thing, Colin. I just want to say, I'm not sure I'm not sure what those job duties are because the job duties have changed. And I'm not sure it's even, first of all, it's just not relevant, but that's a side note.
Okay.
But it's the job duties from Mr. Griffin was initially hired to where he is now. I'm not sure that it's relevant in any fashion, and I don't know what that document is and what time frame it frames.
So those job duties, so what's written there doesn't matter at all?
Doesn't matter.
What else do you have, sir?
I'm just trying to get clarity as to if you're not going to allow that in.
Comes off like the state civil
No,
service.
As to,
I don't object to it coming
on
in.
the record,
They want to.
on the record, listen, if the guy's running out and catching wild dogs and it's not part of his job description, I think it's relevant. Again, I'm not an attorney. I think it's relevant.
Is he catching wild dogs?
I don't know what he's doing.
Okay, then.
I don't know what he's doing.
What else do you have?
Okay, and here's a list of the all the directors suspended by Matt Griffin, which I got through a FOIA request. I did it in picture form because it's just a little helpful.
So just for clarification, when you say suspended by Matt Griffin doesn't.
He had a hand. He initiated. He had a hand. It's his baby. He wrote the suspension letter. He wrote the charges.
This is 2 copies of the same document.
Yes, just so you know, to save on time.
And so what's the point with this one?
I believe Mr. Griffin has a issue and a bias. I think, my opinion, he's a racist. And that's his motivation for not questioning anything that he hears about me or anybody of color. And my problem with Mr. Griffin is that there was a myriad of ways he could have solved what he saw as an issue, but during his audit, he could have picked up the phone and called everybody. As a matter of fact, he didn't communicate with anybody. He hid. He communicated with Vasquez. He communicated with Rosa. He communicated with the people that he took statements from. He had 27 people that he could take statements from. He got statements from, I think, 4. One was Miss Vasquez, who was his star witness, who made the complaint against me that I called her in out of the blue for the first time in my life. And the other 3 people he claimed said the same thing that Ms. Vasquez said that I told her, but if you look at my phone records, you will see that I wasn't calling anybody in the time span that I called Ms. Vasquez. I wasn't calling anybody. And the second time someone called Ms. Vasquez, it wasn't me. The second time someone called Ms. Vasquez, I believe it was Matthew Cochran using my phone. And the reason why Matthew Cochran very often used my phone is because he had one of those stupid Google numbers that young people have. And he would call people with that stupid Google number, and if you see a number come on your phone like 892, you're like, what the hell is this? So people wouldn't answer his phone, so he would call people. I'm not gonna call and offer a refund to anybody for money that's not coming out of my pocket. Zero came out of my pocket. Zero went into my pocket from Bushido, zero's going out of my pocket to go to Bushido. So it's not my job. I never worked for Matthew. I was not Matthew Cochran's employee. I wouldn't have to call anybody to offer them a refund. So that would have had to been Matthew Cochran using my phone, calling whoever he was calling to offer them a refund. That's why I'm here and he's not.
I know. Yeah, I couldn't, I object to this document. I have no idea what this is. I understand. Please
I can explain.
Please let me speak.
Okay.
This is representative of who knows what. There's been no. There is not any indication of who these individuals are, what they were brought before, why they were suspended or revoked, or what the conduct was, or what the proof was, or even other than some emojis, I guess I would call them.
Yeah, I only had the photo of Matt
Griffin's photo on this document. I don't see any value relevant to this hearing, not to mention the fact that we don't know that any of this is accurate. I would object. I don't think this.
I have all the reports for every one of those names on that sheet. So if you want me to present that as evidence, I can. And it's all the reports. I'm let you speak, and you said you don't know what it has to do, or if it's accurate. I can give you every report for every person that's on that sheet.
Or relevant.
Do you have the investigations on them, or the suspension letters?
Yes, I have the investigations and the suspension letters.
But not demographics on them?
Say again?
Not demographics?
The demographics, no. I was able to find them through Facebook, LinkedIn. I did my due diligence and my research.
Is there any additional documentation that it's relevant?
Do you want
Do
you want, for the record, the investigations and the reason why those persons were suspended?
That's not for them to
present that to you.
I don't think that has anything to do with your.
I'm showing a pattern here. I'm showing a pattern of Matt Griffin and his behavior.
That's not part and parcel what we're here to discuss. If you have something to demonstrate something about your conduct, your character, as it applies to this hearing, I think that will be more appropriate than telling us about what other people.
If you look at if you go to Google and search I Spy investigation, when I was active, I had nearly a 5-star rating. And none, 0% of the ratings said anything about you don't have to sit in a class. Oh, they're selling certificates. And you know, Ms. Johnson, people are dumb. They'll write the dumbest things in reviews.
You said that before, Mr. Archibald. We read it loud and clear. You said about the Google, we understand. You've made
So,
the
but
point. We
she,
got it.
but because she presented that to me now, I'm just presenting it again, that's all. I wasn't trying
Honestly,
to be
we've been
redundant.
paying attention to everything you've been
Yeah,
saying. You have my word on it.
I wasn't trying to be redundant, I was just responding to what she said
Okay,
in
so
the moment.
What else do you have?
Well, I think the point's been made. I think we have to decide on whether that's admitted or not. I think there's a strong case on that. That's not really something that we can.
That's up for us or the attorney to?
No, I think it's the council. She's objected to it. We have to then determine whether that can be submitted. I think the point's been made, so we understand
Gotcha.
the point on that. We're hearing you, but I think we have to just determine if
Gotcha.
that's going to be allowed or not.
And I would dare say that the document in that format it's not appropriate for us to accept into the hearing as evidence or as an exhibit in that it's not referenced. We don't have any context.
Well, I'm gonna say the context is that they were all suspended, and they were all suspended by one person. And like I said, I do have the investigations and all the suspension letters. If that's something that you want to review, I can submit them to you as evidence. If not, that's fine.
But is he suspended by Mr. Griffin or by the council?
They weren't.
The charges were initiated by Mr. Griffin. The charges were initiated by Mr. Griffin, and the investigation was conducted by Mr. Griffin.
Technically, the commissioner.
But I would add, each one of those cases appeared before the council. The state had their chance to make the case. The plaintiff had defendant had the chance to make their case. And those are individual matters not related to this time and place.
Okay,
That's how I see it,
but-
Mr. Archibald.
Okay, that's fine. However, what I would say is that the charges against me and the method by which they were brought, you gotta understand, I'm in an unprecedented situation. Never in the history of DCJS has an instructor been suspended for.
I'm going to object to that. I don't know. There's no evidence of that.
But you have to.
Who knows?
but you-
I think that's
Okay, well, if you have evidence to the
Suspended for
contrary.
what?
if
suspended
you-
for what?
Suspended for a school or doing something to a school that he's not part of. I'm not part of Bushido.
That's not true.
Okay, but listen, Mrs. Zeldin, you can disagree. On the 14th, this is what I'm saying. On the 14th of April, I wasn't here. I had nothing to do with the class on the 14th. That's not up for debate. I was out of the country.
You were with a pretty baby girl in the Dominican
Yeah.
Republic, but that's not what's said herein. No one said that you were at Bushido on April 14th. No one said that. Hold on.
No, but when Mrs. Zeldin was responding to me, when Mr. Zeldin was responding to what I was saying about in history, and he's been here a long time, what I was explaining to him is what I was actually talking about is that I'm being accused of telling somebody about a class that I would have no knowledge of. How would I know what happened on the 14th?
We understand that.
We
I think
understand.
the problem is that you're making statements about things that would be very hard for anyone to, unprecedented, that this occurred before.
I got you.
Make the case
I got you.
specifically
I
about
got
what we
you.
should know
I
about
got
you and.
I got
okay.
you. No hyperbole.
There you go.
And make sure it's something that you haven't already addressed.
Okay, all right. My problem is that Ms. Vasquez had an agenda. When she walked into Bushido looking for me and didn't find me, she tried to figure out a way of trying to embroil me in whatever happened on the 14th. And I can't say for sure because wasn't there. So after she came in on the 14th and called nobody related to the school for some mysterious reason on May the 6th, she calls me, which they didn't present to you the first time. And if you look in your documents, you'll see that there's no mention, because last time when I was questioning him and I asked him, who made the complaint? McBurney said, oh, it's not important. Not important. That's why Polanco's name is not in there. Radiant Security is not in there. They mention it now because I have other proceedings which reveal to them that I know.
I think we've already heard this.
Okay. All right. Well, here's my point.
Thank you.
This is Radiant Security, and this speaks to the purpose of Ms. Vasquez. Radiant Security has a list of certified instructors, of which the very first one is Ames Vasquez. And you, most of you being in the industry, know that when you're a certified instructor, there are different methods of getting your 8 hours annual done where you don't have to go looking for another school. If you have certified instructors in your school, you can put their name on a roster sheet of a class that's being taught, and it's done. If I'm wrong, they can say I'm wrong. But Ms. Vasquez didn't go with Marcane, Novembre, Kearney, Sidney, Reeves, McClooney.
Okay, we got it. We
Thompson.
got the picture. We got
Okay? And 23 other names. She bypassed all of them.
Is that from their website, or is that something that you got as a result of the FOIA?
This was from their website.
And so that's a Google search that you did, it's time and date stamped, and
Yeah, I believe so.
what you're trying to admit to us?
Yes, yes, it is. Yes. So, you know, she has all the reasons in the world to say that because they probably believe that I own Bushido, and I don't. And you seem to be apt with doing searches. If you search Bushido, you'll see that my name's not there. It was only my master clear, nothing financial dealings. And this is where she could have gone. You bypassed 23 instructors in your school, and you come to Bushido.
Is there anything else that you have in terms of documentation?
Oh, I'm sorry. There's one more page. That's only 21. It's 23 that I counted. Forgive me, my math is off. And if I were an investigator working for the state and I was checking out the veracity of a person's statement or the truthfulness of a person's statement, I would look to see if they have a motivation. That wasn't done for some odd, strange, insane reason. It wasn't done. And you know, especially because when she submitted her report, she was so meticulous with the hours. If you're meticulous,
You already said that, sir.
you're meticulous.
You already said that.
Your habits shouldn't change.
Yeah, madam. Now that he's needed.
Anything else?
Yes. These are my travel documents of the 14th of April that I wasn't even in the country.
I don't think anyone is disputing whether or not you were in the country or at Bushido on that day.
You mean to tell me I have the integrity of being believed on that one?
That's not what I said.
My passport stamped.
A lot of travel.
And you know, and to this day, I haven't been given a reason by anybody why I would engage in this behavior. No one's explained it to me other than I did 2% of the classes for Bushido, 2%. And other than I'm in the same building that they're in the same building that iSpy was in the building. So was Optimum, so was First Security, so was, I can name 10 schools that were in 224. It was a very popular building at one point. There was 5 schools within walking distance of iSpy when iSpy was actually conducting classes. So I haven't been given a reason why I would engage in this behavior. You can just make an accusation about me, make these loose connections about me, and then all of a sudden, that's who I am. I don't deserve to have a career. I don't deserve to have my license from a investigation that doesn't question anything other than what the outcome that they wanted. Because there's not.
You mentioned a number of other security organizations that have used that space, been in that building.
Yeah.
Were any of those other organizations that you named in the space at the same time as Bushido?
Bushido, no. I Spy, yes.
But as of April 14th,
I think there was another one. I don't know what he called it though. There was actually a security school on the 5th floor. He did security and he did CPR and first aid. Some strange little guy named Wayne. I'm sure Mr. Griffin knows him. And he was on the 5th floor. Same time as Bushido. Same exact time as Bushido.
Anything else?
I did have something else.
I don't have any objection to those documents. I don't see them as relevant, but I don't object either.
But he's still there in 2022.
Yes. Good point.
So just for clarity's sake, you closed I Spy in 2020?
Yes.
Dissolved formally?
No, I closed I Spy the school.
Yeah, not the.
But you kept doing the investigation business?
Yeah.
He's still.
You were still licensed
I
as
took a
PI.
pause, and then, COVID was insane.
Right.
He's still, Nick, he's still licensed PI as of today.
Okay.
Is I Spy one company or was it two different companies when you were doing the security training?
It was one company, but we did security training and we did investigations. When COVID hit, I closed the school and I maintained the investigations.
So when you paused, you just paused, meaning you didn't do anything for I Spy specifically, you just whenever, and I know the 2%, I got that, but just whenever Bushido needed your
No,
help.
I'm still doing investigations on that.
Still doing investigations.
Yes, absolutely.
But your pause is just saying that you didn't do it for I Spy.
No, when I say I paused, I said I paused security training.
Right.
In 2020, no security training, because even with the, even with the rules, even with the spacing, about 73 of my customers died, that I can verify. Died of COVID, if you believe in COVID.
Okay, so you stopped doing training,
Yeah,
but you
2020.
kept doing investigation?
Yes. Yeah. A lot of investigations I could do remotely, so it was a non-issue, and or do surveillance in my car, so it was the same thing. Okay, yeah, it's,
Thank you.
out of respect for your time, because I really do want you to get home safe. Believe it or not, I'm a human being. That's my case. Ask any questions that you can. Be rough on me. Ask me the toughest questions, because it's so silly that anybody would believe this. Ask the questions. Ask the questions.
Ms. Rathman, do you have any questions?
I'm not going to ask any questions. I do have a statement.
Okay, so you're done, right? You're done? And nothing else to say?
I'm done. And, well, another thing is, like I said, I was retired. I wasn't planning on teaching anybody. And a simple phone call as to why your name is being removed from the roster sheet, which I told Matthew Cochran, take my name off, because I believe it was his policy that it had to be done by the school director. I don't know if I was allowed to, and you can only be on one school roster at a time for some ridiculous reason. Don't get that either. So, a simple phone call would have resulted in none of this being here. And he had the option, but that speaks to his mentality, is that he doesn't want to speak to anybody. He wants to prove him guilty.
Mr. Archibald, can I ask one question?
Sure.
What was the date that your security guard general topic was issued? Because it's good for 5 years from that date. Do you know when it was due to expire?
I don't remember. I think I had recently renewed it. I think I recently renewed it because because John and Jeannie did all the teaching, and I was only when there was a conflict, because John would do
No, we
outside training.
understand that. So you think you renewed in 22, so would it be good till 27?
Yeah, something like that. But that was only so I could step in if I had to do one of the stupid classes. And I like training. And my classes, if you read the reviews, my classes are fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You finished your final statement. That was your final statement prior to this question.
Yes. You got your questions for me? Come on.
I think we're done with
We're
questions,
done with
and I'm
questions.
gonna just make a few remarks, and then we'll be done. I thank the council for their patience and attention today. I have a couple thoughts. One, I just kind of popping into my head over and over again this afternoon has been to quote Shakespeare, "The lady doth protest too much." We have heard so many excuses, and it's everyone else's fault what happened here today. But what we have heard is that Matthew Griffin did his job. His job is to investigate complaints about security guard schools and instructors, and that is what he did here. He received a complaint. He said in his testimony today that he received information from other security guard schools saying that there was a company selling certificates. He told those other companies that, thanks for the information, but I need firsthand knowledge from someone. And that is what he ended up getting. That investigation led down the path to the allegations that you're being asked to consider today. The testimony from Mr. Griffin and the corroborating evidence that he obtained as part of his audit show a pattern where people were able to obtain a certificate within 10 minutes, an hour's time, certainly not 8 hours. And there is certainly substantial evidence to believe that individuals who took the class, who not surprisingly didn't want to admit that they were able to purchase a certificate and not take the full class, didn't tell Mr. Griffin that when he first asked them about it. When a person has done something that they know they're not supposed to do, they don't always come clean right away when called by someone. I think that is certainly reasonable to believe that that is what happened here. The information provided to Mr. Griffin as part of his questioning makes sense. It makes sense that the individuals he first spoke to couldn't really answer the questions, were evasive, and then came clean and said, well, I guess I purchased the certificate. Ms. Vasquez provided emails on the day that they spoke from before she was supposed to even be done with the class. Did she maybe have an agenda from her boss at Radiant? Sure, maybe she did. That doesn't change the facts. She did not go there at the prompting, maybe of her boss, sure, but of DCJS? No. I think that other companies certainly have an interest in protecting the integrity of the system and making sure people are all getting the same class. I don't think that that's an outrageous thing to believe or to want to show. I think that we also have heard from Mr. Archibald, who started out this morning saying he had zero to do with Bushido. And what we learned since then is that he has access to their computer system, that he helps out, that he taught classes there, and that he had a business card which reads, as Mr. Griffin read in to the council, Joseph Archibald, security consultant, private investigator, Bushido Security Training, formerly I Spy Investigations. That is inconsistent with what Mr. Archibald has told us. He also has a second business card with the heading Bushido Training, Security Training, and that he's a security consultant with them at that address where all of this took place. He said he has an office there and that he helps out. This is not consistent with him having zero input into what Bushido is doing. I think it's also clear that Mr. Griffin testified that he provides the support. He does an audit, he works with schools, he does training, and he submits his recommendations to his boss for approval. Mr. Archibald would have you believe that he's running, he's making all these decisions unilaterally. That's just not what we heard, and it just doesn't make any sense with how government works. I don't have to explain levels of bureaucracy to everyone here. I think we've heard more than enough to show that the allegations put forth have been shown substantially. Mr. Archibald admitted that he returned the call to Ms. Vasquez. He admitted that he said she's not a cop. So everything is consistent and makes sense except for that one thing. And then there was a second call from the same number. Someone used his phone. So maybe that happened, maybe it didn't, but why would those two calls be any different? Why would they have been saying the same thing? So Ms. Vasquez said that the first call where she was told what to say if the government or if New York State called, and the second call was just to say, we're going to give you your money back because we don't think that class is going to go through, which makes sense. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
I thought the defense got to make the last presentation. That's not how it works?
No, that's not how it
So
works.
the incorrect statements that you make, I don't get to challenge them.
You were advised that this was going to be the end of the
But
hearing
listen,
after I spoke.
Listen, Ms. Glavin,
Executive session now?
We're going to go into executive session. So I want to say thank you for your time, Mr. Archibald. So the one question before we go into executive session is, are we going to continue the rest of the agenda, or are we going to table that into our next
We
meeting?
had suggested to table it, just be thought, and we have people from Department of State who were planning on coming over, but we had told them they had to leave by 3 o'clock. We did not think it would work out. So we did have a larger agenda, but we're going to have to table
So
it.
we're
I
going to
think.
table the remainder of the agenda. We're going to go into executive session, and while we're in executive session, that will conclude today's meeting.
Excuse me, wait a minute. Wasn't Matt going to help us with some paperwork?
We can handle that afterwards,
so then afterwards-
about the travel and all of that. We'll definitely deal with that. We'll wait outside till you guys are done with your executive session. We'll make sure that we get you all squared away with the paperwork.
Okay.
Okay?
just a question, how long does it take the Security Council to make its recommendation to the commissioner? I know the commissioner has 90 days, but how long do you deliberate, for lack of a better term? Not an attorney, don't know if that's the proper term, but how long do you consider it?
As long as it takes.
So the council will deliberate in executive session after this hearing and give a recommendation on this case to the commissioner today.
Okay, and it being late in the day, it has no relevance in whether or not, how long it will take to properly consider the evidence?
I'm sorry.
No.
I didn't understand your question.
It's getting late in the day.
Yes.
So I'm just afraid that the evidence I submitted will not have time to be properly considered by the commissioner, by the commission, not commissioner.
The council the council does, when we go into executive session, everyone speaks, your evidence will be considered, the state's evidence, everything we're not looking to blow anyone off. You're the one who says it's late in the day, not for us.
Okay. But, that's okay. Listen, I have no illusions of what's gonna happen here. I have no.
I think I would say, if I could give one piece, the personal attacks and the extra, it's not necessary. We're listening without bias, without preconception, to say anything else. Just let us to deliberate. I don't think it does a disservice to your argument that you're making if you continue to.
I wish you were here last time. I really, really do. Because I just wish you were here, because you're clear-headed, for sure. And remember, I worked in a prison. I expressed myself passionately. It's not.
We see the passion. I think the personal attacks is unnecessary.
Like when I was going back and forth with Ms. Johnson, I really don't take that personally. I don't.
And just for procedural, right, when the council comes back in, they won't announce the determination. It goes right to the. No, I'm just so you know. It will go to the commissioner for consideration, and then, but it won't be part of the rest of the meeting.
Yeah. I didn't do any of this for this venue here. I'm not. When it goes before a jury and they hear the real evidence, I get it. I know what your guys' jobs are. And this is not disrespect anybody. I work for the government. I mean, know how it works.
Thank you.
Maybe you don't realize, the council works for free. Are you aware of that? We will do this on our own time for the good of the profession. So
I get that.
Don't act like we're not the government.
I'm not attacking the council. I'm attacking the process, because there's no way that you have a relationship with someone outside and it doesn't influence your relationship during the process. I'm just a stranger. When you guys came in, even though you don't realize it, everybody's, hey, how you doing? Hey, man, hey, how you doing? No one said good morning to me. So how do I feel I'm going to get a fair shake when you all, you're talking about Matt giving you paperwork. He's Matt to you. He's Mr. Griffin to me. You've known him for years. You work together. It would be not smart for me to not believe he doesn't have an unfair advantage. He can write anything on the paper. It's like if your kid does something, you say your kid didn't do it, and the whole neighborhood knows your kid is not a good kid. It's the same thing. You have relationships, make decisions. Sometimes.
Saying good morning doesn't reflect on the integrity of
No. That's not the connection.
You're going to get a fair shake from this council.
What I'm saying is, from what it appeared to me.
Mr. Archibald, at this point, this council really does
Yeah.
serve the state of New York and
Yeah, I
assist us.
know.
And so could you just let them do their job?
I know,
They've been
I know.
very patient today
I
and
know.
listening to you and all the evidence. At this
I know.
point, I believe we should just let them do their executive session and move on. So appreciate
know.
all your time and effort, but at this point, let's let them do their job.
I know. But it didn't have to be this way. But you guys let this guy do whatever he wants.
Have a nice night. Have a nice day.
Have a safe trip
Have a
back.
safe
All
trip.
right? You guys be safe.
weather's not that good.
Hope it stops raining when you guys do. All right?
You too.